Hotel Uniform Kilo 4, Hotel Uniform Kilo. Good morning, 5 and 9. Thank you, Mark. Happy New Year. 9K2GS. United Lima Radio. Whiskey 5, United Lima Romeo. Good morning from Kuwait. You're 59 and my name is Abdullah. Go. Okay, Hillary, you got it. Nice signal. Nice to meet you for the first time. 73, Happy New Year. November 8, please. November 8. Yeah, very good, Ron. Nice to meet you again. Nice signal. Hope all is well. Happy New Year. 73 is Ron. Who is it? Oscar. Kilo 4 Oscar Whiskey. Okay, Kilo 4 Oscar Whiskey. Nice to meet you for the first time. You're 59.
Copy that. You're 5'9", a little bit over 5'9" in the Central Florida Standard. John Stewart, Alpha Charlie Kilo. Nice to meet you. First contact with us in here.
Oh, you have been in Kuwait?
Years ago, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm having difficulty hearing you, Jack, anyhow. Thank you very much for the call. And hope to talk to you soon. K4 Oscar Whiskey.
Boom! That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Garage Guy Carl back in the house. We are playing some Avorion. One of the games that we actually played in the past year as part of our birthday celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on number 12. We are past the halfway point on the downward slide, and we're going to be going to 20. 20. And it's not really working. All right, good morning. Yes, so, one of the things I just came to realize is that our ship is equipped with lasers. For a quick overview, is that it is a build-up game. You start with basically a drone. You have to mine asteroids for minerals to build ships with, as well as some of the systems, the subsystems, so that you can actually go further and get closer to the center. Now, you can see where we are right here. There is the center, right there. And we are on our way there. So we are in the process now of trying to get some minerals so we can build bigger ships and hopefully better ships and more ships. And right now we are in a ship that is kind of multi-purpose. It has mining lasers and freaking defensive weapons. I think it's like machine gun turrets. And one of the things I just found out while I was finishing up on mining a small piece of titanium is that we have no cargo space. So we're going to go into our menu and see if we can't do ourselves some quick building. It does look like we got some good minerals. You can see there at the top, over there on the top left. We got a few credits. We got ourselves some good iron, a fair amount of titanium, and no cargo. And the reason why we want cargo space is because when we mine with a certain type, what they're called R-type lasers, as opposed to processing the materials as you mine it, it actually collects the material, and you have to go and have it refined. The part being is that when you have it refined, you get a better percentage of what you mine. And so it looks to me like we've got ourselves a couple of weapons here. There's a bolter turret, chain gun turret. There it is. Double iron, and iron. Which doesn't make a lot of sense on why we would have... Why we would not be able to pick that material up. Strange. Very, very odd. Very, very odd. Now, one thing that you will notice is that in that panel that actually shows off what turret is, right in the middle, it's called efficiency. And that is right now, well, we got one at 17.7, we've got one at 15.3, and we've got one at 15.3. So we got two at 15.3 and one at 17.7. Now, I'm not exactly sure whether or not it averages in between those, if it's already doing the refining. These are not the R types. Really strange. These are not the R types, and yet it didn't refine the titanium metal. Strange. Also, we're getting this notification that our ship is weak compared to other ships in the region. So, we might have to do a few things in order to try to compensate that. But it's a small little, it's a first level ship. It is not anything that is built to really last. As a matter of fact, we might end up going ahead and just turning this into a mining ship and actually have a specific ship that we would use for defensive purposes. Purpose-built ships are definitely a plus, especially in this game, because you could be doing two things at one time. Having a captain on board that can actually direct the crews to go and do mining, or like, you know, patrolling sectors, or actually doing like delivery runs, that kind of thing. Really, really cool. Really, really cool, and really, really helpful. I tell you what, it seems to me like it probably would make more sense It'd probably make more sense right now to try to find ourselves an outpost to where we can start doing some building. Trading post right there. Military outpost. We want to find some place that's like this. Oops, I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. That should be better. A little bit better. But more than likely, we would like to find ourselves someplace that has a shipping yard. Come on. You know something? Not for nothing. These areas that we've already been to, see, that's a scrapyard. Yikes. Are you telling me there's no place that we've been to that's had a shipyard? There's a shipyard right there. But there are some pirate ships that we are not friendly with. Well, I'll tell you what. Seeing as though there's a shipyard right there. Seems as though that would be heading backwards. From going towards the center. Why don't we do this? Why don't we head towards an area like this? And then someplace we can check. We can check some new areas to see if we can come across one. Let's do that. Let us do that, because I think the only thing that was in this area was a trading post. But good morning, everybody. Good morning. Oh, wait a minute. That's a repair dock. All right, let's do it like that. So we've got a repair dock, trading posts, but no shipyard. Okay. So we're going to just kind of bounce around for right now until we can find some place where we can actually build this up. Now, I don't know why we would need... Well, we would need containers now. Because none of our lasers actually breaks it down into the resources that need to be refined. They should be. Strange. Strange. Alright, one thing I guess we should do is actually check our inventory to see if we even have those lasers on board. We do have ourselves a few things. Ah, look, there it is. Now, one thing you will notice is, like, right there in efficiency, it went from 17% to 68.5%. 17.7 was our highest. And the efficiency now goes up to 68.9%. Super, super incredible. It is awesome. And let's see what else we have here. So point defense. There's some iron right there. 74.3%. Wow. Okay. Yep. So that's why it's going to be important now to actually get to a place where we can actually build our ship up. Okay, that's M. That's M. What I'm looking at is that if you read the top line where it says turret control systems, that next letter M signifies what kind of turret you can actually install by putting this system into your ship. I was trying to find the, what is our ship menu? Do you think we can get to it here? And that's P. Ah, there we go. And you can see that there's slots here. These are our turrets. And then if you take a look at our systems, you'll see we have 3 slots, of which we put in A, which means we can be any armed or unarmed, or an A, which is like armed or unarmed. Oh, okay. So I got 2 of them in there. And usually it's a C if it's the ones that you can just do unarmed turrets, which usually turns into mining. It could be also salvaging. That's the only other one you have. But there's several different systems, obviously, of course. But we are right at the beginning of the game. You also take a look at our power. We're obviously producing more power than what we actually require. Excellent. And we do not have any hangars. We don't have any missile bays. And we don't have any cargo, which we definitely should. Let's take a look and see what we've got here. Oh, wow. We've actually got a captain on this ship. Okay. So we must have been sending this ship out to do mining on its own. 2 extra crewmen. We've actually got too many gunners, which we'll probably need if we build a bigger ship anyway. So that should be fine. That actually should be fine. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's take a look and see what we got. Body armor trading. Boy, there's a lot of high tech here. There is a lot of high tech. What a shame. What we need is low tech. Well, lower, I should say. And those green dots are areas that have something in it. Whether it be a, like scrapyard or, you know what I'm saying, some sort of outpost. Could be a casino. It could be one place of visit. It could be a multitude. It could be the headquarters for the entire area. Because the area that we're in right now is for a specific, for specific faction. And let's see what we got here. Oops. So yeah, see, look, there's just a trading post here. Interesting. Trading post at a couple of gates. And it could be just a couple of gates, too. So, there's that. Alright. So right now, I am just going to try to bounce around and try to find a shipyard. Because what we're going to be building is probably going to be a larger ship. Much, much larger ship. And you need certain area. You need an area that has a shipyard to put in items like a generator. Like generator blocks. And shipyard. There we go. Now these guys actually, since they're purple, they're neutral, but they still should be. They still should do business with us. Oh, and I should have did this. I should have gone ahead and tagged it so we know where it is. Rip. There we go. All right. And also, what's going to be good is that if we need more people, they should have some folks on board. And let's see, what is the interact F? Let's find out. Our crew. Let's see what you got to offer. They've got gunners, miners, some pilots, but they also do have mechanics, and they've got engineers, which are what we are going to need. Excellent. Let's go ahead and make our move over there. Start to drain batteries. There we go. Now we don't have to be right on top of the dock at least, or the shipyard at least yet. But we do want to be fairly close. Okay, and seeing as though this is going to be like, you know, somewhat low tier design, we are trying to get past where we are right now to get into the next tier, so that we can have better items. For example, right now we're working with iron and titanium, and you can see how more blocks actually appear. See how these are darkened out? They are not available at this tier. And so the next tier up, you can see has more to offer in terms of like an integrity field, generator, which is going to be for power. Then, of course, with an energy container, which is going to be your batteries. And then, of course, we've got a lot of other things that do a lot better, including armor. And where are you? Somewhere in here, there's actually armor. That's torpedo storage. Assembly. Really interesting. So we could have fighters as a turret base. Hmm. Okay, maybe we don't have armor yet? No, there it is. There it is. Excellent. And then you see the little plus there, you can actually choose between like the shapes. Really kind of cool. Go. I just wanted to get out of there. All right, so seems that we have ourselves a fair amount of titanium anyway. And we literally could start from scratch. We could start from a drone and just actually create an entirely new ship. I don't think we necessarily need to get into something like that, although we could. We could. Now, I got to admit, I'm a fan of the block type ships. I always thought that the ships that had, like, you know, outriggers and all kinds of stuff sticking off of it was a bit flimsy. For me, it always seemed like it was a bit flimsy, even though it's supposed to count towards the entire mass as well as durability of the ship itself. Not really a fan. I am definitely not a fan. You know something, now the more I think about it is maybe it would be better to go ahead and start from scratch. I'm not going to take a huge amount of time to try to make it look pretty. It literally is meant to do a job. And I'm not sure if we keep our people, though. Because, like, the captain and stuff like that, that would be a, that would be somebody that I would be really concerned about losing, because then we'd have to purchase another one. And sometimes you're not necessarily able to find them in the sector that you're in. We never really checked. I didn't see where the shipyard itself had a captain aboard, but that's not to say the captains can't be found in other stations as well. You know something? I'm probably going to hate myself. Oh, speaking of which, this is another thing I'm not a fan of, is that I like to have all the stats showing, and it doesn't do it automatically. Even though you set it, it doesn't remember it. It'll remember it for the game, but it doesn't remember it if you were to come back into the game. Not a fan. Not a fan. Look at our hull. 519 hit points. Yikes. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Right. Seems though we're going to have to move over a lot of stuff anyway. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of it. I'm going to take out the lockout. It's a safe mode to where you can't delete, you know, specific blocks. The founder block is really where you're at with that. But I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. We're going to do ourselves... Back this out a little bit. We'll do a rectangle selection. We're going to grab all of it. And we are going to delete. Boom. It's going to ask us, and we're going to say, yep. Yikes. And that takes us out of... Hello. Where is... Oh, man. Is it because we were freaking... It's going to send us back to the home base? No way. There's no way. Oh my god, we went back to home sector, didn't we? Oh, man. And that means that the stuff that we have there is probably still there. Or was it even there? Was that it? Shipyard. Because we've got no ship. Mistakes were made, y'all. Mistakes were made. Alright. Well, it is what it is. You can't go back. It is what it is. Alright, we can get a little bit further away from these guys. And we gotta go back into... As a matter of fact, what we also have to do is come up here to the flag. To found the ship. And that was the HMS Tomcat. So we're gonna call this one the HMS Tomcat 2. How about that? HMS Tomcat 2. Alright, there we go. Alright, And so you start always the same. There's our drone on the side. Weird. Go into build mode. Doesn't show up there, but kind of bizarre. All right, right. So starting with titanium, usually what we need is a lot of generation. So, well, no, let's start with the hull. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not what I want. I want the crew quarters. No, what is that? Yeah, crew quarters. Here we go. We'll give it fair size. You can see the stats over there on the other side. It'll show you how much you're adding. I'll go ahead and take that action. Matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and select this block, and we are going to transform it. And then we can actually do a select both. So I think it's control. There we go. And then we can combine them. So now it becomes one single block. Okay. All right. So now we have a bunch of crew quarters. And we still want to keep this ship relatively small for the purposes of it's going to be a mining ship. It needs to be fast. It needs to be quick. We are going to add a few things in that we are going to need, like cargo bays. And eventually we're going to expand on that as well. Power generation, we might hold off for right now. Integrity field, we'll get to that. All right, let's go. There's the blank hull, armor, engines, cargo bay. There we go. And so with the that still checkbox of matching, we can actually do cargo bay, but I'm going to go ahead and set it up for mirrors. We'll do it on the x-axis so that it'll show up on both sides. Now we're going to give ourselves a fair size cargo bay. There we go. And let's see, what kind of storage does that have? 548.6, that's good. We can hold up to 50 crew members, which is good. Okay, and it tells us we're going to need one mechanic, which is not bad. All right, and then let's see here. What else do we want to do? So, with that being like that, take the mirror off. Let's do a generator on this side, and then we'll do battery storage on the other. I don't think we need as many batteries as we're going to need as far as, well, we'll probably need more generation than we will batteries. Let's do this. Let's do, as opposed to doing like super big, what is it going to add? That's going to add another 3.46 gigawatts. And then, actually, to tell you the truth, I'm going to go back in and do the mirror on the X. All right, we got to keep an eye on the money, too. There we go. All right, that is a really, really beefy freaking generator. All right, so let's tag it. Let's go ahead and grab the other pieces. Undo. There we go. And we're going to take and combine those. Now, I'm made to understand if we got 8.58 gigawatts, if we combine them, it gives no advantage. Unusual. Because I was made to understand, at least it used to be, I'm not sure if that has changed or not, that if you had them combined into one block, it would give you an advantage. Now, maybe it's not at this size, but I was kind of hoping. It would. All right, let's see. What do we need here? Right. So, next up is going to be gyros. There we go. Gyro rays are going to help with, of course, with turning the ship itself. So we'll do it like this. And then on the bottom, what we need to do is a rotate that we control another axis, or axes. There we go. And then, how do we want to stack this? because I want one of the comparable size, but it's got to go in the third direction. So what I would do, why is it choosing that one to match? That's weird. Let's do this. Let's put it down here on the bottom, and then we got to do a rotate of, I think, in the R direction. There we go. And that will be our third one. That's kind of an interesting design right there, huh? Not bad. Not bad. Very interesting. All right, so we have the capability for gyroscopic turning, and then we're going to have to do thrusters to turn as well. So what we'll do is they actually have two different types of thrusters. They have directionals and they have just the overall ones. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give us the big boys. Okay, let's do that. And that should give us more than enough turning power. More than enough. All right. So with that being said, what else are we going to need? Let's see what else we can put in here. First of all, we're going to need an integrity field. Here's the generator. And did we put the batteries in yet? I don't think we actually put it in batteries. I think we put it in the generators, but we haven't put it in the batteries. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, yeah, because it matches to that one. All right. So we'll do the X mirror. We'll do something like that. And that should give us the capability of actually thrusting faster for longer. I think that should be good enough. Interesting design, though. All right, and also we're going to need our forward thrusting. So we'll just go ahead and do something like that. And that should give us more than enough thrust going forward. Like I said, this is meant to be somewhat cut and dry. As a matter of fact, we'll probably end up extending this out even further because I want to get some more cargo in there. If we're going to have this, ship out there doing the mining, we're going to need to have it out for lengths. You know what I'm saying? Not going back to have refinement done. Every cycle. I think that's good. It's going to block it up. There we go. That's good and blocky. That is good and blocking. Okay, and how did we do? So 847. We'll see how that does. If it comes back down to it, we could probably actually do some more extension work. We can extend it out. All right, let's see what else we can put in. That the gyro, we're not worried about that. The armor, we're going to definitely start doing some armor here in just a second. And is that it? Oh, the integrity field generator. Okay, yeah, integrity field generator is going to help keep everything together. That's pretty much so it. Would be interesting. Yeah, and we don't have any minerals beyond titanium, so we can't swap down here to neonite, which we would get the option to have like a hyperspace core and I think an actual shield generator. So there's our shields right there is our next level up. Then we'll start putting in shields and other things. But we're not there yet. Definitely not there. All right, so was I pulling? The generator. Oh, yeah. Integrity field generator. So let's do this. And that shows you the coverage too. Matter of fact, here. Yeah, is that mirrored? It's not showing up on the other side. Oh, there it goes. Okay. And then the rest of it is going to be just aesthetics. So what we'll do is we'll actually go into armor. It is right there. That's iron armor. No. Titanium armor. And how are we doing? Money's still looking fair. 176. We got 85,000 in minerals. Let's do this. For the sake of actually what we should do is oh, I forgot it. Do we still have it on match? right, here, hold on a second. Let's try this. This could be a little bit of a pain in the ass. I've never been a fan. I know that there's some way to actually move the center. Come on. So you can see what's going on. But we need to be... so I can see the gap. Yo, Python. Good morning. I do not want to be filling in freaking like little spaces and stuff like that. That sucks. And it looks like we kind of like got ourselves in a bit of a craptastic situation. Python, how are you doing? Yep. We're going to be falling short. Okay. So I'm going to try to do this as quick and dirty as I can, but it might take a second to make it, you know, say look at least aesthetically, it's like aesthetically pleasing. There we go. That's not super ugly. See, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end up putting some triangles on the front. That's going to hopefully even things out. When I say triangles, I'm talking about these right here. Now, the cool part is that if you do that XY, you can see where it cuts it in half where the center lines are, but that's not exact. So we're probably going to end up having to do X, and then we'll figure out what the other pieces are to add in. Is what I'd like to do. What if I can match those? Hold on a second. Oh. Oh. Well, that's not bad. And kind of make that a little bit stumpy. What about up here? All right, let's do a rotate. And then change size. I mean sides, excuse me. And let's do that. And then let's see, can we wedge it? So if we did like this, and then we did it like this, and then we did this. And you see, the worst part is that this is all armor, which is heavy. We probably wouldn't want to do all that. Yeah, you can see the size differences. All right, right. Right, so we'll take that off. And I think we'll do a wedge that way. But we'll take it to this. Or that direction. And then do it like that. I'm good. Just woke up about 15 minutes ago. Nice. Me too. About 45 minutes ago. Something like that. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a great day. Here, I'll tell you what. We're going to make it like that. And then let's see. Rotate again. And then we'll shrink it down to fit in there. You can make it look like a mouth. That doesn't look like a frog. There we go. And that kind of pulls it somewhat together. Now, that's all armor top and bottom. I don't think we're going to get away with it if we did it side to side. So, I'm going to have to do something creative in there. Maybe we'll just put like a block. Maybe we'll just do it like a block kind of thing. And do it like thinner. Something like that. But the cool part, what we'll do is we'll actually start selecting all these, and then we'll piece them together. That, and then we'll make it one piece. Boom. Like that. That's probably pretty thick, though. That probably is super, super thick. Good part is we actually have a place where we can put our turrets, which is kind of nice. Today we're relaxing. It's a chill day. Well, there you go. Well, I'll tell you what. You feel free to sit back, relax, and chill out with us as long as you feel that you want to. I'm right there with you, brother. We are at number 12 out of 20 for streams, and it should be a good, relaxing day. We're not going to armor this all the way to the teeth, though. I'll tell you what we'll end up doing. We'll probably end up doing like just a thin slice on top. We'll do something like that. And then we'll do a thin slice here on the bottom. And then, let's see. How are we doing for materials? We're still at 82, 174. That should be pretty good. And then maybe some protection on the thrusters. And the bottom of the, here, hold on. Let's do it like this then. Let's do it like that. And can we X-mirror that? I think we can. There we go. Oh, yeah, we don't want to take that. There we go. You know something? That could be worse. That could be worse. We've got ourselves pretty much all the small items that we can use to make for a good ship. All right, so with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into here, and let's see what we got to work with. If I remember correctly, we got some iron R's. So we will go ahead and we can put those bad boys on the front. You know something? We could probably put them underneath. That would be kind of cool. And if I'm not mistaken, let's see, how many does that take up? That takes up 2 slots, I think it is. All right, which means immediately we're going to have to get into our ship menu. Let's take a look and see what kind of systems we can actually put in. We've got 2 extra systems that we can actually install. Excellent. All right, there's military. Oh, man, don't tell me we lost the frickin'... That's right, we did lose the other ones, didn't we? Shit. You're killing me, dude. You're killing me. Yeah, because these are all military. These would not be able to handle the mining lasers. Not to mention we had a freaking hyperspace module as well. We're gonna go ahead and put that in anyway. All right, we're gonna have to go find ourselves someplace where we actually make some purchases. I'll put this in at last resort, but for the time being, not. Okay, all right. So we'll leave it at that. God dang it! No defenses or anything like that, but it'll be okay. We should be able to do we should be able to make it happen, Captain. Look at how quickly that turns. That's good. That is good. And it's only going to get better with the freaking, with the crew on board. Here we go. We do a hire crew. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right, because we get blasted back to... Alright. So, 8. Does he have 8 here? Which is probably not correct, because they account for more than just themselves. Alright, and then, let's see, what are we going to need? 1, 6, 6, and 2. All right, so what is that? 9. So we'll take in a couple extra people. Okay, and then what we have to do is we have to go into, what was it? Was it P? People, we'll do an auto assign, which should go ahead and get those guys. Why are they still there? They should have been assigned to these guys. Okay, something weird just happened there. I don't know why we still have all the crew members, because we should have eaten up at least 9 of them. Okay. Let's see what we got here. See, they even say they got a shipyard. Why did we not go back to the shipyard? Alright, let's see what they're rocking. You guys got some people? What do you got? Yeah, see, they got, like, the actual people that we need. The mechanics and the engineers. We probably could use a sergeant, too, which we might be able to find somewhere else. Alright, let's go over there. Let's see how we did. I'm getting better speeds than we did with our previous ship. You know what I forgot to put in? Gyro stabilizer. Or, I mean, inertia dampener. I forgot to put in the inertia dampener. Okay, that's actually going to be a fair, easy fix. See, it doesn't stop for shit. Okay. Alright, so with that being said, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take this piece right here in the center, and we're going to change it into an inertia dampener. Which would be what? This one right here? Yep. Select that, and we're going to do a transform there. And what that's going to do is going to help us slow down. It's going to take our deceleration and up it. Which actually now we're slowing down faster than we're speeding up. Interesting. Okay, let's do this. And then we are going to add in another one of these. What is it saying? Oh, yeah. It's just saying we're going to need some more engineers. That's not a big deal. Okay, and that should give us a slowdown and a pickup. Okay. The auto assign should be on, so we should be back to normal. Everything should be good. Untrained. Okay, so these are untrained. So a total of 8. And look, now the crewmen are back down, but we had to add in some, so that was the dealio. Okay. Here are our crew. These guys right here are the ones we're looking for. We should be able to take like 6, I think it is. Should be able to take 6 of these guys. We're definitely going to need a sergeant, which we don't have here, and we're looking for a captain. Right. All right, so let's go back into our ship, and we can see that we have way, way too many. We're going to take off the auto assign. These guys, which, yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll do it like that. And also these guys, we can get rid of a bunch of them.
I'm lurking over here. Can't you see I'm lurking?
I thought I can see that you're working. Wild, what is going on, man? Happy early birthday? Oh, actually, no, it was actually last Friday. But thank you. Thank you very much. Tatanka. Wild Tatanka. Super awesome. What a great name. Python, you could do the exclamation point LAC. You can do the LAC, look at chat. You don't have to use the lurk. Unless, of course, you're lurking. And thank you for the host, by the way. Wild Tatanka. What a great name. Coffee Black in the house. What's up, Coffee? Morning, Coffee. Okay, and so we've got a couple of sergeants, which we might not need the other one, but I'm going to go ahead and keep them anyway. We might be re-expanding. All right, with that being said, we can actually get rid of some of these guys. There we go, so we're not overly paying right off the bat. Now, this shit is not meant to be beautiful. Actually, we're doing really good. But we are ripping right through the frickin' battery. Not bad for the turning, though. I mean, you're saying not as peppy, I should say, for the turning as it was before. All right, let's take a look. We got shipping. Oh, equipment dock. Yeah. We definitely want that. Let's go over check. Well, I'll tell you what. We can check from here. Let's see what they have. Trade equipment. Systems. Here we go. 312. You're calling me, dude. You're calling me. But they do have a bunch of these. All right, now this is what we're looking for. So what is that? 18,750? Yeah, we'll take that action. We'll take that action. I did not realize that we were going to lose our systems when we totally dismantled the last ship. That is that's a bit of a pain in the ass. But if I'm not mistaken, we had to do the same thing with the systems that we got left behind. Is that we had to go find them and actually buy them. Wow, that burned out way too quick. If we were trying to get away from some pirates, that would never work. Old Avorion? What do you mean? What's Old Avorion? Is there a new one? Pat, talk to me. This is the only one I've ever played, by the way. And I don't play it often. I'll be the first to say that. I don't want to have any misconceptions. Alright, so trade equipment. I'm going to take them all. I'm going to take them all. Even though it's going to cut into the money, it should be fine. Whew. Okay. And then, with that being said... That's only got a +1? I thought we were doing better than that. Shit. I'd have gotten the cheap ones had it been like that. Because this one's got frickin' +1. And there you have it. Mistakes were made, y'all. I guess we could probably go military to try to up that game as well. Screw it. Rip. Absolute rip. Alright, so back into builder mode. And let's see here. Go to turrets. Where are they? There we go. And then we can also do some defensive weapons. Where are you? Don't tell me we lost the turrets too. No. Wait a minute. We didn't lose the turrets. That's weird. How come we lost the systems though? That kind of sucks. There we go. I'm trying to hear it, dude. We do some auto assign for right now. We're probably going to end up having to replace these guys, and I still want to go ahead and get a captain. Okay, and then let's see, where do I need to be? Wow. What? Oh, so we had 2, we added 3. Alright, so I can actually get rid of some systems. Excellent. And this is all the add-in stuff right there, so we don't even need that. Excellent. Here, so let's do it like this then. Can we get rid of that? No. Okay. So we have to get at least 1. Let's verify that. Yep. Okay. And then... That should be fine then, huh? Okay, so that gives us 1 extra slot that we probably could set up for like defense or something like that. We'll be fine though. We'll be fine. I think it'll work. Alright, like I said, she's not meant to be pretty, she's meant to do work. Whereas we're not trying to lose any, we're not trying to win any beauty pageants. We're trying to freaking get some stuff done. Let's talk to these guys, see if they got a captain. Yep, look, they've got a captain. They got 2 of them, as a matter of fact. Nice. Not to mention that they do got gunners, so we can get actual gunners, which will do the job better. Alright, let's go. Were they permanently installed? No. No, they shouldn't have been. I knew I wasn't going to keep the ship in general. Yikes. What in the frack? Oh, say not beta? Oh, you talking about the newest version? Yeah. Like the unstable beta? Literally, I'm not even going to be playing this probably for like another like 3 hours or something like that. Okay, hire crew. We are definitely going to take ourselves a captain. And let's see, how many gunners do we need? 4 gunners, which means we could probably get away with 2 of them, but I'll take 3. Here we go. Alright, now when we go back into... Whoops. People... Hello? How come we can't get rid of these guys? How come we can't get rid of the untrained ones? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, is it auto-sign? Rip. There we go. Yep, and that'll work. So we got a couple extra people doing a couple extra things. We should be a couple extra okay. Okay? Okay. Alright, so let's go figure out what we can do. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you what. Why don't we start right here? It's a safe area. Somewhat. There might be some good rocks here we can harvest. See? Ouch! Get out! There we go. And we're going to do a, what is it? Interact, orders, mine. Let's go see what he does. Let's go see what this little bastard can do. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think we actually have a resource department here, so we should be able to, yep, we should be able to go ahead and refine here as well. Yep, there it is, as a matter of fact. Nice. All right, and meanwhile, with our drone, we're going to go somewhere and actually disappear. Cardinal? Yeah. Kat, to answer your question, I don't believe so. I'm fairly confident I didn't. I didn't have it, because I knew it was going to be a temp ship anyway. It was just it was a first level. It was a first level ship. It was a first level ship. I mean, I'm just getting started with this build. Or this universe, I mean. Can still be removed? Dude, but I mean, I haven't figured it out. I mean, I know that you're supposed to have the repair dock, right? That's where you're supposed to go, is the repair dock. I've done it before where I've gone in and actually gone to a repair dock to freaking have them take out systems, and I can't figure it out. It always says that they get trashed. Equipment depot? Oh, yeah? So it's not a repair dock. I always thought it was the repair dock. Or, you know what I'm saying, well, yeah, even the shipyard didn't work. So if I were to go to an equipment depot, they'd be able to remove it without destroying it. Really? Really? Okay, well, that's good to know. That is definitely good to know. Damn, I never marked them. I never marked them as different systems either. They're all in the same thing. They might be, here, let's do this. Let's do this. Hey. I see you're doing work, but I tell you what, I've got to do this. Oh, look, they are marked. Incorrectly, but still marked nonetheless. Okay. There we go. And so that way we can separate them out. That's correct. You know something? Screw it. Let's just stay here. I'm going to stay here and watch the work. Yo. There we go. Yeah, he's collecting up now. Excellent. Now, granted, the turret that he's using is a tier below the minerals that he is harvesting. It still is going to be able to do it. Yo. Tomcat, let's go. Start cracking the whip over here. Really? Well, I'll tell you what, Cat, thank you very much. Or is it Catafrat? Catafrat? Is that how you would say that? Yeah. Whatever, dude. This stuff is old hat. I'm gonna get rid of that. Excuse me. Always fun. Good times with ships. Like I said, she's not meant to be pretty. She's meant to be quick, nimble, get the job done, and let's rock. Not even hard hitting. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and find our way over here. Back to the equipment dock right here, and we're just going to hang out. A little bit of cover underneath the wings of a space station. And then that'll be that. Said no, but you're heading out? Okay. You're going to have to teach me how to say it then. At some point in time, I'm sure. And have a great day. Thank you for your help, by the way. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. There we go. We can kind of hang out here and, like I said, hide under the protective wing of a space station. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and find ourselves a little bit more buried. I'm actually going to take advantage and go grab me some more coffee. Not that I really need it, but it'll be okay. Find her someplace like this where there's a lot of coverage. Or close. Close to a lot of coverage. We might be able to do a little bit better, but that's okay. Should be alright. There we go. Alright. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to run and go grab some coffee while they do their thing. I am kind of curious of how quickly that's going to fill up. The efficiency was pretty good. They were the efficiency, I believe, was like in the 60s and the 70s. Also, I got to put the house into night mode, so I am going to step away. But just so nobody gets confused on the way in, I'm going to go ahead and put up the Be Right Back sign. Boop. And welcome to Moscow.
Thank you. Hotel Uniform Kilo 4, Hotel Uniform Kilo. Good morning, 5 and 9. Thank you, Mark. Happy New Year. 9K2GS. United Lima Radio. Whiskey 5, United Lima Romeo. Good morning from Kuwait. You're 59 and my name is Abdullah. Go. Okay, Hillary, we got it. Nice signal. Nice to meet you for the first time. 73, Happy New Year. November 8, please. November 8. Yeah, very good, Ron. Nice to meet you again. Nice signal. Hope all is well. Happy New Year. 73 is Ron. Who is it? Oscar. Kilo 4 Oscar Whiskey. Okay, Kilo 4 Oscar Whiskey. Nice to meet you for the first time. You're 59.
Copy that, you're 5'9", a little bit over 5'9" in the central part of the major. John, Juliet, Alpha, Charlie, Kilo, nice to meet you. First contact with us in here.
We have been in Kuwait. Okay, I'm having difficulty hearing you, Jack, anyhow. Thank you very much for the call. And hope to talk to you soon. K4 Oscar Whiskey. 9 Kilo 2 Gold. Sierra, thank you. Happy New Year. Bye-bye. Hey, Wasabi, what have you been? Happy New Year. Right, looking forward to that, JK. Yeah, wish me luck. Yeah, spoke to him yesterday and the day before. He's doing okay. He said to tell you hi. I talked about him today. He said to tell you hi. Yeah, okay. Well, anyhow, he was supposed to call me back. He never did. Yeah, he was going to call me back in 5 minutes. He never did. Oh, okay. So I was thinking about you. I said, where the hell is Ikim Wasabi? I haven't talked to you. Haven't talked even to Randy the last few days now. Yeah, I don't know. I've been pretty busy. I took the kids to Florida. I took the grandkids to Florida this morning, and pretty tired. But I saw you on the cluster. I just thought I'd stop and say hello. Oh, that's nice of you, Ikim Wasabi. Anyhow, finally I got the box, but there is still one box missing. I got the antenna. Yeah, the antenna. I got the antenna, but the second box is for KO. I think it's going to be here maybe sometime next week or something. Thank you, thank you.
Excellent. So did he finish up? Looks like he's kind of sitting still.
Yeah, no, don't run away. Keep what's up. We got a lot to talk about. Anyhow, wonderful to you happen here. I was hoping I would hear right.
8 kilometers away. All right, let's jump on board.
Okay, I'll work
Yeah,
some more
it looks like there's some pieces flying here, so he wasn't able to pick up. All right, right. To the resource department.
Already did. Okay, one moment, gentlemen.
36 kilometers away. Wow.
Yeah, Bravo X-ray, please.
Instantly, we're top ended. We're running out of battery, which means we're gonna have to put in some more. Oh wait,
Very good.
I'm still gonna be right back on, don't I?
Oscar, very nice signal. 59 Kuwait. My name is Abdullah. Go ahead.
Actually, to tell you the truth, that music right there probably freaking is more ambient. Gives it more of an ambience. And I'm probably going to end up playing this stream out with Avorion. We're probably not going to get too far. Like I said, it's only a 4-hour stream. Not bad, not bad. Here we go. We're going to refine, do all, and let's go. Not bad. Not bad. More iron than titanium, but that's okay. And I'm guessing that there's more out there. So we'll probably be able to duck underneath our resource department. Then we'll go pick up the ship after it goes and does it again. All right, well, it's doing what it's supposed to do. Ouch. That really hurts. Look at this guy. Dude, talk about freaking spastic. Lay off the caffeine, dude. Now, actually, what I'm working for is I'm going to try to build my own turrets, and they should be of better quality. We should be able to get up to titanium level. So I think that's probably going to end up being the quest for today, is actually just going ahead and trying to get better mining turrets. Well, definitely not the biggest mining ship I've made, or will make, for that matter. But she's getting the job done. Ouch. Really? Scratched the paint already? This guy, we're going to have a talk with that captain. Make sure he's not drinking any Irish coffee. You know what I'm saying? Feel me? Alright. Well, definitely need to make that bigger. It's actually going to take some maintenance. There we go. Undercover, we'll keep an eye on her. Yeah, that seemed to fill up really quick. Really quick. We might have to do a redesign on that. That's okay. As a matter of fact, I know I didn't save it. So we have to turn around and actually go back and save the design. Which would mean it's not bad for a small first level ship. And that gives us time to hang out, y'all. What's up? Y'all doing good? Everybody having a good day? Coffee, you hanging in there? What you into, man? Ages of Empire 3, huh? Nice. Asteroid. Uh-oh. Where's our ship? Or what if it's filled already? If it's filled already, we are going to have to make some wicked adjustments. That's just not going to do. Maybe what we got to do is put like another container on the front. I think it's got enough, I think it's got, the ship itself actually has enough being able to turn. I think it's got enough maneuverability, but I think we need to put ourselves a much, much bigger storage on it. As a matter of fact, it used to tell you what it was picking up, didn't it? It's already got ourselves a good amount of iron. Not a lot of titanium, though. Matter of fact, we've got a ship that's sitting out there that we're not even using. Need to get rid of that. Oh, smack. No wonder. We're way down here. Oh, my gosh. I forgot. We need to get way up here. I totally forgot about that. All right. Right. I'm going to wait for this to fill up, and then we're going to get out of here. Ouch. Did you hit something? You see him juke around real quick? Actually, you didn't, did you? Well, I'll tell you what we can do. Wow. What's wrong with Slither? There we go. That way you guys can sit back and chill while I sit back and chill. Mm. Oh, I got blasted on just as that guy got blasted on. Rip. Alright, there we go. So now we got this guy all filled up. That instantly freaking takes all the freaking battery. Not good. Not good. Still, just a very, very small amount. I got to admit, I've gotten spoiled rotten over some larger ships that I actually could carry a hell of a lot more. And I think that's what we're going to do is we're going to turn around and have to redesign this thing all together. We do have another ship that's actually out there, so we might turn around and scrap that one. Because it's one of the game-made ones. And like I said, I'm more of a block design kind of person. Alright. So let's do this. Let's go and get this guy out of the way. And we're going to go into build menu. And tell you what. Zoom in. Get rid of the turrets for the time being because we'll probably end up repositioning them. There we go. All right, and then we want to go with, where are you? Cargo bay should be set up for now. That definitely made a difference as far as capacity goes. I'm digging that. Not bad. Not super ugly. Not super ugly. And then let's see. Where'd they go? That's obviously one of them. No, we had a bolter in here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. There we go. All right, let's see what that does. Because if I'm not mistaken, we had 8 and then it did 1.6, so we actually doubled the size of our capacity. Not bad. Doesn't look super, super ugly. Should be good to go. Anybody still here? By chance. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Probably should go into something like that. Okay, then we can get out of build. Good day, we got ourselves a captain. Okay, that being said, I tell you what, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back up here. Doesn't seem like it's too sluggish. And I'm actually taking the safe route. I'm going to areas that I've already been. Whoops. Wow, still 20 seconds? What? I didn't realize it was going to take that long. I did not think it was going to take that long. It's a habitat. Okay. Yikes. Oh, you know what I forgot to add in? I forgot to add in more batteries and stuff. God dang it. We're getting kind of cucked. Right. I'll tell you what. Oh, wow. We gotten to the point where we're actually at a compromise. Our energy generated is just above what we need. Rep. Okay, I'll tell you what, we're going to end up going right there because there's a shipyard there. Hello? No. What? Is it still calculating? Is that what the problem was? That's weird. And that way we can kind of make some adjustments as well. Good God, this is going to turn into a shipbuilding freaking stream. All right, where was it? Is it right there? Yep. Okay, let's go there. still, it's taking forever to freaking get back generated, power generated. Not a fan. I wonder why we freaking got so much overusage now. The only thing we added was a cargo bay. That doesn't make any sense. That's always the conundrum. It's freaking like, you know what I'm saying, the balance between what you use and what is generated. Alright, truth be told, I don't really want to make this look like a pregnant guppy, but I think what we can do is we're going to turn that into... We're going to turn that into a generator. And that's going to give us double of what we're requiring. As a matter of fact, what we ought to do... Here, let's do this. We're going to select those. We're going to combine those down. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. That. I'm going to turn this into a veritable monster. Oh, we don't have the money? We don't have the money for this. Oops. All right. No. That will do. Holy cow, man. That money went down quite fast. All right. Right. All right. So. Let's see how this reacts now. Now that we've taken away one of the engines. Let's see how it reacts. Rep. Absolute rep. God dang it, man. I didn't realize we were almost out of money. Alright, let's take a look and see if there's a resource department we could sell to. Trading post gas. We're heading up this direction, so maybe we catch something on the way out. There's a resource department right there. There's resource right there. Alright, but we're going to have to make our way over this way anyway. That's where we left off. Alright, let's see how long it takes now with double the power. It's still going to take a minute. Wow. That's crazy. That is absolute insanity, dude. And dudettes. Okay, I guess that didn't take too long, but still, a minute already? You're killing me, dude. You're absolutely killing me. Come on, man. Oh, wow. Are these not assigned? Think we should? Think we should intervene? These guys got freaking... Dude, they got torpedoes. We also do have to see how quickly the generators get eaten up. Much better. It doesn't instantly freaking overheat. $27.48. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, much better. Would be kind of cool if they had like cruise control. I mean, good, you could have it so it pilots itself, but still. Definitely does not have the acceleration, but I tell you what, I am happy. I'm fine with that. Let's check out deceleration, which is actually not bad. It definitely doesn't feel like we're being wildly out of control. Not like it was before. Actually, trade resources. That's what we want to do, and we want to do some selling. Matter of fact, here, let's do it like this. We're going to sell at 50. Sell at 50,000 a piece. Here we go. And that puts that bolstered the economy right there. It was 2 mil. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. There we go. That bolstered the economy. Look at all the titanium we have. Okay. All right. That's good enough. That's good enough. Okay, actually, we didn't do too bad. Not bad. Not bad. 215,000. I'll take that action. I'll take that action. All right. Let's see where we are. Okay, we obviously came down here next. I'm kind of following the same path that we took in order to get out to where we were. It's the safest way. It's absolutely the safest way. All right, boom. Let's go. Because at some point in time, we're going to be running into characters that we need to be a hell of a lot more. And I mean a hell of a lot more freaking armed than what we are right now. Not to mention the fact that I feel far more comfortable having a ship that was specifically made for combat. As opposed to something that's kind of multi-purpose like it is right now. Generally speaking, the only time I'm going to engage is if there's others that are able to help. Or they're already taking care of the business. I could just pick up the scraps. I realize that's, you know, saying that's the rat life right there, but still. We're gonna lay around the shanty mama and put a good buzz on every night and day. Let's go. Oh, that was interesting. That's a nice little tidbit of information there. Kind of looks like we got out there pretty vicariously. Looks like we have to pick up our other ship too. I don't think our other ship actually has a captain. We're gonna sit around the shanty mama and put a good buzz on. I'm sure at some point in time we probably should have a conversation about something. Food always is universal. Socks, on the other hand, more subjective. More subjective. And once again, we find ourselves with a ton of bots in the freaking chat. I wish there was a switch that you could actually hit that would just get rid of all the bots. Like something on the creator dashboard. Now, there are some bots that are going to be helpful. And maybe like do a whitelist kind of thing. That would be really, really interesting. Like you say, known good bots. And then the rest of them can kind of fuck off. Ah, shit, man. We're not even close. I thought we were going to be able to stop over here and pick this up, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. I'm kind of curious of how we got out to here without freaking coming to anywhere intermediate. Screw it. Let's go for it. We might end up running into some people that we don't want to run into, but it is what it is. Let's go. I tell you what I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to get this guy actually working, and then I'm going to go get the other ship, and I'm probably going to end up scrapping it. Actually, it was actually pretty quick. Wait a minute. Did the time change? Maybe it takes a while for the stuff to kick in. What? What happened there? How come the cooldown time is much different? Much different. That's interesting. And weird. You know something? It might behoove us to just go ahead and start mining right here. Let's take a look and see what we got in. Oh wow, yeah, they got a bunch of protection. All right, yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and jump out. Go take care of that real quick. And I am going to jump over to here. Switch to craft. That's the only one we have. Yep. Yeah, this thing's a piece of junk. Dude, I mean, seriously. Alright, let's take a quick look and see if we got anything we're gonna keep. Anything in systems? Nope, nothing in systems. How about, crew? Do we have any crew? Nope, no crew. Alright, screw this thing. No, I'm not saving it. Taking that off. There we go. And delete. Yep. And that should send us back to the home. And then we'll be able to bounce back into the other one. Got some titanium. Oh, we got some money out of it. Iron and money. Okay. Telling me I'm going to have a crappy ass ship that I'm going to have to frickin' supply and pay for? Hell to the no. That ship has no value to me whatsoever. None whatsoever. Okay, map, we're all the way back down here. So we can do boop, boop. How about just switch to sector? We'll do it like that. Uh-oh. Did we lose everybody but the bots? Wow, everybody blazed out. We're gonna sit around the shanty mama and put a good buzz on. Right at the resource department. Nice. The resource depot. Is she sitting passive for a reason? Oh, and I interfered right at the wrong time. Rep. Okay. As a matter of fact, you know what we should have done? Here, hold on a second. While we're inside here, let's take a look and see how full the hull is. I mean, full the, cargo is. Oh, snap. We haven't even gotten there. Look at that empty space. 1,500. Okay. Much better. We already got ourselves some good titanium. Okay. I'm digging it. Yes. Much better. Much better. All right. Let's get out of the way. Let's get out of the way. Let it do what it's supposed to do. All right, ship. Let's work. Where was it? Yo. Piece right there. Oh, that's a little further out. As a matter of fact, let's do this. Let's dig ourselves a hole in one of these asteroids and just kind of hang out. Oh, rip. Yikes. Dude, we just tore through a freaking entire... Yikes. Nope, that's not gonna work. Oh, come on. Are you telling me I can grind through this freaking stone that quickly and easily? There's no fucking way. Okay. Let's see how she does. Next time we'll let her run it and then freaking figure out, well, you know what I'm saying, what kind of stock we're going to be getting out of that. And then we'll see what the dealio is. I'm going to run out to the restroom real quick. So what we'll do is I'll actually switch back over to here, which gives kind of like a double streamception for just a second, and then I'm going to switch back over to... Actually, no. Let's do this. And every night and day... Let's take a look at the big GPU drop.
Well, this could be your best shot at buying an NVIDIA graphics card for a very long time. Well, let's talk about it.
Before that,
This guy
video was brought to you by NordVPN. NordVPN is a fast, powerful, and secure virtual private network service that makes online privacy as easy as clicking a button, which is absolutely crucial these days with how many people are trying to steal your data. By using NordVPN, you're not only protecting yourself from online hackers and criminals, but also your own ISP and advertisers who take all your data to build an online profile of who you are and what you do so it can be sold to God knows who. Yeah, it's some pretty scary stuff. And not only does NordVPN protect your privacy online, but they also allow you to access some of your favorite shows and movies on services like Disney Plus and Netflix that may be region locked by changing your digital location. So if you want to have access to all the content that you're already paying for, be sure to click the link in the description below to get 73% off the 2-year plan plus 4 additional months free, making it only $3.18 per month. Alright, so recently I found some leaked information on a huge in-person Best Buy drop that is going to be occurring in over 100 stores here in just a few days' time. And you know, for a little while here I debated whether or not I was going to go ahead and try and tell people about this because, you know, frankly I wasn't entirely sure of the legitimacy of this, but after I talked to a few different people and one person actually let me know that he has a source that personally showed him that yes, this is actually going to be the case, this is happening well, I feel like I'm confident enough to tell you guys that yes, this is very likely going to happen. Now, do keep in mind, there is still a chance that this could be some sort of elaborate troll and you could end up lining up at like 6 or 7 a.m. outside of a Best Buy location and not getting anything for your troubles. But for all of you other people out there who still have not been able to get your hands on an NVIDIA graphics card, well, this actually might be your best shot of getting a GPU for a reasonable price for a very long time. In fact, there may even be some Founders Edition models. I don't know for sure. All I know is the various different models that are going to be available. I don't necessarily know what brand they're coming from. I don't know if you're going to see Founders Edition, Gigabyte, Asus, whatever, but I can tell you what different type of GPUs will be available and what time you should probably start actually lining up. So in any case, let's go ahead and get right into this. Let's not waste any more time. No more clowning around. So it looks like, yeah, over 100 locations should be doing this event, and the GPUs that are going to be available in these Best Buy locations are going to be the RTX 3090, 3080, 3070, 3060 Ti, 3080 Ti, and 3070 Ti. So yeah, that's actually a decent amount of GPUs that are going to be available. And if we go ahead and we actually take a look at the leaked email where all this information is stemming from, we can see that it has this to say, quote, "Your location is hosting an NVIDIA sales event on August 26 for 6 GeForce graphics card SKUs. Product will arrive at locations August 19th through 25th and must be secured in the warehouse upon receipt. Do not sell or share on-hand quantities with customers. To ensure the safety of employees and customers, follow the steps in the execution guide." And then they have some information here where it says August 13th, additional labor loaded for select 115 locations. August 19th through 25th, NVIDIA graphics cards arrive in stores. August 25th, print and number tickets based on store on-hand quantities for the morning of August 25th. Printable tickets will be sent via ETK communication by Tuesday, August 24th. And then it says no
That's
customers
today
are
or
only
yesterday.
allowed to receive one ticket.
Oh shit, I forgot to change the title.
One ticket per SKU. Then it goes on to say August 25th, print sign for product available at this location and post on the front door at close of business. And then it says printable sign will be sent via ETK communication by Tuesday, August 24th. And then August 26th, when the event is going to be starting, it says 7:30 a.m. start ticketing customers. And then at 8 a.m., ticketed customers are allowed to enter to transact. So yeah, there you go. Now you have all the information. It looks like on August 26th at over 100 Best Buy locations, they are going to be selling a decent amount of NVIDIA GeForce GPUs. I know last time around, a lot of people were able to walk away with a graphics card, so that's good to see. It looks like you can only purchase one GPU per person, which is definitely good as well. So the first person in line can't just go ahead and buy as many GPUs as they want. Looks like it's starting at 7:30 a.m. Now you might be asking the question, 7:30 a.m. what time? Pacific time, Mountain time, Eastern Standard Time. When is this going to be happening? I actually don't have that information. You might be able to find that information online, but nobody was actually able to nail that down for me. So realistically, I would just be showing up far earlier than 7:30 your time just to make sure that you have a chance, because you got to remember there's going to be a lot of people trying to go there and get their hands on a graphics card. And the only information on availability that I know for the stores is that at least one person sent me some information on just one specific store, and all of the different models listed here had less than 100 available. So realistically, if 1,000 people stand in line and you're number 500, you're probably not going to be getting a graphics card. You probably do need to be in the first 100, maybe 200 customers in line to get a chance to get anything. If the line's longer than that, yeah, you're probably not going to be getting anything. So you definitely are going to need to be lining up early. And yeah, a lot of people, this is going to be something that's not going to be realistic for you because it's early in the morning. You're probably going to have to be going to work. But for those of you out there who are very dedicated, yeah, this is going to be your best shot at getting a GPU. Honestly, guys, especially if you're trying to get a Founders Edition model, if they do end up having those in store, hey, yeah, it's going to be a good option for you. If you're like the number 1 through 15 in line or something, you might be able to buy a Founders Edition GPU. You might be able to get like an RTX 3080 for $700 US, which is definitely a really great deal, especially right now considering how overpriced everything really is. You take a look at a card like
at that Blue Yeti
6600 XT coming in at like $400. Yeah, $380, but whatever, $380 plus. That GPU is an absolute ripoff. Getting a 3080 at $700, hey, that's a pretty good deal. So hopefully this helped you guys out, and if you did like the video, make sure to drop a like. Also, make sure that you are subscribed to get more information on GPU drops as well as availability, as I'm constantly covering that to make sure that you guys are up to date and getting having the best chance of getting your hands on a new GPU. But in any case, yeah, this is a good option for those of you out there who are very dedicated, and I wish you guys the best of luck. But hey, that's just what I think. Do you think this Best Buy drop is real, or do you think it's an elaborate joke? Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comments below, and of course, I'll see you in the next video. If you made it to the end of the video, be sure to drop a like.
Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting, y'all. Let's see if anybody else has got anything to say. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. That was very, very interesting. Well, I suppose that's going to be the sign of the times. I got to admit, I'm a fan of new technology. Not that I'm going to be invested in any new technology any more than what I already have, at least for the time being. No real need. But still, knowing how things have been, that's actually a good thing. It's good news. It's definitely good news that we're starting to see a bit of, well, a market being cornered and held hostage. So yeah, held hostage. Yeah, that's the right thing to say. It's definitely the way it's been. Freaking market, you know, the not only GPUs but CPUs. Absolute insanity, dude. Absolute insanity. I am kind of curious of like even some of the cryptocurrencies that uses hardware. They've been coming out with miners that are specifically made to harvest those coins or mine those coins. So we should see, you know, graphics cards kind of going by the wayside, and mostly for power usage. You know, one of the crazy things that I actually found out about cryptocurrency really is all about the transactions. It's not really about, you know, the worth. The coins that they're talking about have to be processed. And all they really do is they show the transactions. And so in order to, the encryption needing to be decrypted, verified, and then re-encrypted and distributed, that is really what cryptocurrency is all about. I mean, you know, say the transactions are still happening. Oops. I'll tell you what, I am not going to, what is it? Is it R? Where are they? All right. Actually, to tell you the truth, I shouldn't even have worried about that, because they get enough Corvettes in here to freaking like blast these guys. All right, but one good thing we can do, let's go ahead and check our cargo. Wow, our cargo is still not filled. That's not bad. That is not bad. All right. Let me jump back out. I was gonna say, yeah, I bet those pirates didn't stand a chance. It might have been a good opportunity to go and see if there's anything that was left behind, but that's okay. I'm not worried about it. Not too much, at least not right now. Mostly what we're going to be doing is mining just to sell. Like I said, we're going to need a ton of money, and that last sell was really good. Really good. That iron paid dividends. Almost 2 mil, and that's going to keep ourselves financed pretty good. This is how I played my my last round. My last universe is literally was just being a mining armada. just going around the freaking universe and doing nothing more than just mining and selling, and then upgrading stuff like that. In eventuality, it came down to having, like, military ships and what have you that traveled with the Armada, like, escort ships. And we did pretty good. We actually made, custom, we made some custom turrets. Mostly it was like rail guns and, I can't even remember. It was like rail guns and there was another gun in there. I wasn't with like Gauss rifles or anything like that, but it was something crazy. But we did really, or lightning turrets. Yeah, we made lightning turrets and freaking rail guns, and they were devastating. As a matter of fact, our we can't find any more asteroids, but you're not filled. That's interesting. What was I saying? Oh yeah. We did pretty good. In eventuality, we actually set up well closer to the center of the galaxy. A place to like, a shipyard, and called our home sector. We actually took over a sector. And it was really good. We could bounce out and bounce back pretty quickly. Big ships. Big battleships. Got rid of a bunch of pirates. That was cool. And fun. Never took on any factions, though. Never took on any factions, which I didn't really want to. I'm not trying to be the galactic douchebag. I'm trying to make friends more so than anything else. Did a lot better on titanium, that's for sure. We did a whole lot better on titanium. That is kind of cool, though. It is kind of cool to see things are starting to pick up. But, I mean, I got to admit, even the companies that, like AMD, Intel, and freaking NVIDIA, they're already producing next products. So, I'm not completely certain on what's going to be happening, what I'm saying, once they get their new products to market and release dates and what have you, or whether or not we're going to find ourselves in the same situation with, Oh, look. Oh, look. Did they just upgrade us to titanium turrets? Nice. Look at the efficiency. 90% efficiency. Okay. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to instantly switch them out then. Because that's going to get us into the next level as well. Right. So, what I'm going to end up doing is actually going and get rid of these. Go to turrets. There we go. And that shouldn't have made any difference. And we probably have more than enough miners now, which should be fine. And we can actually get rid of a couple of them for the money. Not bad. Okay. Engineers, actually, we can get rid of. There we go. That's good. And we'll keep a few extra crewmen on board just because. Not bad. All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move on. Ooh, nothing but gates. All right. Oh, yeah, graphics cards. That's what I was talking about. Anyhow, new technology. See, okay, this is what I'm thinking. And now, this is my conspiracy theory about that. New equipment. We're taking it and we are seeing graphics cards become far, far more powerful. And what I'm thinking is that the reason why that they're still going to be hard to come by, especially new technology, is because I think graphics cards companies know, and the same reason that they were selling with preference to miners was simply because they know that transactions have to happen, and they're going to need compute power in order to do that. Now, granted, that's going to kind of like screw the pooch as far as like gamers go, but I don't think they're necessarily making the cards this powerful for gamers. I got to be honest with you. I think that the companies like Nvidia and AMD and Intel, they know that this kind of processing power is going to be essential for the next level of financial vehicles. And it is going to be kind of a push for not only, miners that would be able to process those transactions, but you're also going to need the equipment. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, granted, you could take and use those cards for gaming, but I'll be the first to tell you that, like, okay, I'm fairly confident that developers are not, they're not making their games because of the new equipment coming out. I think developers are making their games, as good as they can with the tools that they have. And there are still games out there. Shoot, if you remember Crysis, when Crysis came out, it was way, way beyond the technology that it had that was available. So, I mean, they probably have the capability of making games now that take even the top end gear available to consumers, of course, and thrashing it. Absolutely. But they don't. Simply because they know on a general basis, not everybody has top end gear. And they don't want to lose the customer base. So, why would you need, like a 40 series freaking NVIDIA? Well, processing transactions. It makes sense to me. It absolutely makes sense to me. I think graphics cards are going to take a huge leap forward, but it's not for gaming. I think it's going to be for cryptocurrency. I truthfully believe that is going to be the case. Is that kind of processing power? I'm not saying it's wasted. I'm not going to say it's wasted on games, but what I will say is that I'm fairly convinced that it's going to be necessary in order to handle the amount of transactions worldwide that are going to be happening on any blockchain. Whether it be Bitcoin, whether it be Ethereum, whether it be Litecoin or Cardano or frickin' Algorand, any of them. I think it's going to be any of them. XRP, frickin', name your coin. It doesn't really matter. And not necessarily about Dogecoin. I don't know what kind of, like, density frickin' Dogecoin has. I don't follow it. But anyhow, you know what I'm saying. That is what I am saying. Is I don't think necessarily that all this new technology, this new high-powered technology, is for us, the gamers and the streamers. Because right now we're kind of like bottlenecked at the platform. I mean, take a look at Twitch as compared to YouTube. YouTube, you literally can stream it in 4K, but on Twitch, it's still 1080p. It is probably going to be for quite some time, simply because of their infrastructure. I don't think they necessarily couldn't ingest 4K, but I don't think they necessarily want to either. I mean, that would take a huge step up as far as like advertising, as far as like money coming in, and being able to utilize that to better facilitate the bandwidth that it would take in order to ingest that kind of data. And I'm not completely certain on whether or not, was it 3.5 million streamers a day? They'd be able to do that, right off the bat. Because, I mean, they've definitely stepped up as far as being able to handle more people. But as far as, like, to take all of their data and then being able to maximize it, not so much. And I'll be the first to tell you that I did see a video by Nutty over on YouTube that talked about how you could ignore the ingest value of 6,000 capped and go up to 8,000. And I have seen some at 1G that is actually using that and getting an absolutely amazing looking stream. But when I tried it, yeah, things just went wrong. So I'm not completely certain on whether or not they've kind of limited that to partners or not. It could be. It very well could be. But we've got a ways to go before we can actually start thinking about partnership. For sure. Couple of steps. We'll get there. We're already an affiliate. Ah, dang it. But I'm not exactly sure if anybody's here that would actually, you know, gives a damn or anything like that. But I'm putting it out there in the ether because I pay attention to what's going on. The same discussion that I think that we had last night talking about cryptocurrency, it was me and Jester Nario that were actually going back and forth, and how you're saying, like, you know what I'm saying, he's not making the investment now because he wants to make sure, you know, he wants to see it being widely accepted, as well as, like, you know, maybe some regulation to go along with that. And I agree, it's what needs to push it over the top. But I'll be the first to tell you that taking a look and seeing the environment and seeing how things are developing, I think it's more than obvious that cryptocurrency is going to be a thing, regardless. And being in now is going to, like, do nothing more than put you in the same, you know, the same safety, the same emergency rowboat in some rough waters. So, soon to come rough waters. I'm fairly confident. I'm fairly confident that frickin' the fiat money system is about ready to show its ugly face and devalue to the point where, yeah, the same way it was with World War II Germany or World War I Germany, where it was more cost efficient to burn the money as opposed to try to spend it. So, for as much money as that you would be handing over to buy firewood, you could turn around and burn it and get more value out of it. But like I said, that's my opinion. I don't have like any sort of inside information. It's just you take a look around, and if it comes down to it, you know, make your speculations as they were. But I pay attention just enough to where you can kind of see what's going on and be like, I don't necessarily need to know the fine details, and I'm not going to get, you know, sucked into the community as a whole, that every minute change is like some sort of major drama mountain. And you see a lot of that. And I think politics is the same way. Politics is the same way. They're trying to be the next, you know, reality TV show when it comes to, like, you know, who said what and said this and what are they doing and yada 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 and stuff like that. And I'm not gonna get you know, too thick into, like, you know what I'm saying, who should be president and what they should be doing and stuff like that. To be totally honest, you know, as an individual, the only thing I could really do is run for president, you know, to try to at least affect changes, which you can kind of see where hands can get tied pretty quickly. But that is what it is. And it's definitely not, it's not my arena. All I can do is just kind of like take a look from the outside and hopefully, you know what I'm saying, maybe give some, like, constructive criticism that maybe somebody out there could, like, you know what I'm saying, would find themselves, you know, in possession of and affect change. Or at least take that idea and do something with it. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I wish there's some way you could actually check. Isn't there a way we can, if we look at the fleet, I thought there was some way we could actually check to see if... Oh yeah, there we go. That's how much they have on board. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Actually pretty good. See what their cargo is all about. And we can kind of keep an eye on this to see how it's going. But like I said, I'm not completely certain whether or not anybody actually feels the same way I do. I just like to keep an eye on things. And if it comes down to it where, you know what I'm saying, I could find it financially advantageous to try to take advantage of that, you know, watching what's going on and seeing how things are going to, like, you know, develop. Because, I mean, there's a whole lot of hearsay. There's a whole lot of, oh, we intend on doing this, we intend on doing that. But, you know what I'm saying, if you don't freaking see any movement, then, you know what I'm saying, it's all words. It's all it really is words. God dang, did he hit something? What the hell? That's why it was kind of refreshing to see that El Salvador decided to make cryptocurrency, or Bitcoin in particular, one of its base currencies. Now, granted, it's not the only one, but it is the one that's going to allow them to open up the, you know, to international payment trades. And that's going to be huge. Same thing I was talking, like I said, last night, for third world countries that are dependent not only on the US dollar, but also the International Monetary Fund for supplying them, you know, just the smallest sliver of freaking breathing room, or, you know, as opposed to being insolvent. And, you know, from what I've made to understand, and granted, I don't know the ins and outs to the greatest degree, but the way that the International Monetary Fund works is that it looks at the natural resources that a country has and then gives it a value and then gives them payouts so that they could use those natural resources, you know, as kind of like a repayment kind of thing. So it's almost like they don't necessarily own the country, but they kind of own the country. That kind of thing, you know, where we own the land, you live on the land, you know, maintain the land, but we own the land. That kind of thing. Same thing McDonald's does. Same thing that they do. They don't make hamburgers. They're into real estate. That's really what it is. But it is what it is. For the time being, that's the way it's got to be. Up until, like, yeah, exactly. Once they see that freaking, you know, one country is able to maintain without having outside influence and make it more internal to where they can actually do transactions not only worldwide, but also in country. Also in country. Having a stable, or not really stable, Bitcoin is not stable by any means. Not now. Not now. But it will be. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. He can't even find any more asteroids, but he's not filled? Wow. That's not bad. That's not bad. I can't, but like I was saying, I cannot wait. I cannot wait until there is going to be independence for nations and countries that have depended on other nations and countries. Now, I can't necessarily say it's going to be a global power struggle, but what it will do is give at least a little bit of civic pride. I mean, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of a glisten of hope for the people that have been, especially at a government level. You know what I'm saying? They're probably throwing their hands up in the air like, hey, look, we need power, we need medical, we need freaking, you know what I'm saying, more food sources. We need to be able to do transactions with this country over there and not have the financial ability to do so. Or at least, like, you know, say they're constrained by exchange rates. By exchange rates or something like that. We have a global freaking sense of currency that can be taken anywhere and be like, you know something, you've got something I want, you know, this is how I'm going to pay for it. And leave the banks completely out of it to where they can't be like, you know what I'm saying, they're holding it hostage in terms of fees, in terms of, like, you know, transaction rates and freaking, like, exchange rates and blah, 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 and stuff like that. Because, like, you know, this coin is worth this coin is the same over here, and then boom, all I got to do is make the transaction. And to me, you know what I'm saying, if they end up with the raw materials in order to make, you know, a better life for the people that are there, then hey, it is what it is. Now, granted, I'm sure some of that stuff could be pretty nefarious, you know what I'm saying, in terms of, like, some of the black market items and stuff like that, but yeah, you're going to run into that anyway. even on a government level, even on a country level. I mean, look at it this way. Somewhere along the line, I think it was like a United Nations or freaking United States or somebody was just like really, really pissed off about Libya or Iran or something like that having the access to nuclear grade uranium and refining it and stuff like that. It's like that shit was happening well before cryptocurrency. It's going to be fucking happening, you know, after cryptocurrency becomes like a normal thing. So, you know what I'm saying? You can only do so much. You can only do so much, at least for the time being. The only difference being is that, look at this Tesla cell factory. Holy shit, dude. This is huge. Well, literally the only thing that's really going to happen is they're going to track it. They're going to do more to track the freaking currency. As a matter of fact, I think that's what happened in the United States is when there was a group that held the power grid or the oil pipeline hostage up until they paid. And they paid it. And then I think it was either the CIA or the FBI. They found them. They followed the freaking cash. They followed the freaking money. It's like, well, dudes, you know what I'm saying? You the guys were the ones that screwed the pooch. You were the guys that screwed the pooch. You decided to get greedy about it. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they actually handed over a freaking dude. They handed over a freaking apology and was like, yeah, we learned our lesson. I'm not sure if it was like an international freaking smack on the wrist or whether or not, you know what I'm saying? They're freaking like, you know, sitting in a jail cell wishing they had freaking rethought that, like who they were freaking messing with. But, you know what I'm saying? That right there is just kind of somebody being experimental is probably the best way to say that. I'm sure they were probably just testing the water to see what kind of like, you know, what they could get away with. But it is what it is. You get greedy like that and then, well, yeah. The monetary system wasn't my idea, but we're all subject to it. We absolutely all are. We're all subject. Even the people that are creating the monetary systems, they're subject to it too. So it's not like any of us are outside of the, you know, out of the bag or off the hook or whatever you want to call it. We're all victims. We're absolutely all victims. And it'll be like that forever. Simply because it has to be. It absolutely has to be. Otherwise, everybody would be driving a Ferrari and have our own countries and our own currency. All right, come on. Why are we all backed out like this? Let's see what we got here. Resource department. Okay, we got a resource department here. There's a turret factory. Nice. And the supplier. Nice. We might be able to find enough equipment to put together like our own mining turrets. They're going to be super expensive though. I'm sure of it. But at least it'll be in the right level. Right. Here's the resource department. Let's go over and refine what we have. Not bad. Definitely doing better on titanium. I feel good about that. Not to mention, they haven't paid the crew yet. I'm going to check to see if they've got the auto pay on. I thought I did for sure. But just to be 100% sure, we better check on that. And every night and day, we're going to lay around the shanty mama and put a good buzz on. As a matter of fact, I tell you what, maybe we ought to go through this system right here. Although I got to admit, there's not a whole bunch I can see sparkling out there. All right. Let's kind of bounce around a little bit. The part that kind of sucks about these areas right here, especially outline areas, are that there's a whole lot of places that you can sit there and investigate, and which is advantageous for some of the late game trying to find factories that build specific things like turrets. Well, excuse me, or they supply specific items to build turrets. And rockets being one of them. Rockets are one of the ones that sometimes it gets a little bit difficult to find, like, a, you know, someplace where you, if you're building a rocket turret, is to find someplace that sells rockets. That's not a trading post where they got markup and also you got, like, a tax rate and stuff like that. Let's take a look and see what we got here. Fertilizer, chemical, steel, nice, nice. But even in this small area, take a look at how many green dots there are. That could take for frickin' ever. One of the things I started doing was sending my ship out to actually do, they'll just bounce through the systems and then turn around and move on. We might end up doing that. Let's see, what are we close to? There's a steel factory. Let's do that. Let's do a little exploration. And that way the ship can do it on its own. I'm fairly guessing that these guys are going to be benign. In other words, we're not going to run into any trouble. So I'm going to kind of trust the fact that freaking, because I'm not in the sector itself. We should be okay. All right, so what we're going to do is... Hello. Nice. Someplace we can disappear to? Here we go. That's good. What we're going to do is we're going to take the map. We do have to get our ship. Okay, so we're in the sector. And what we're going to do is... let me see if I can remember how this goes. Shift. I'm going to go here, 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 here. And then back to us. All right? That's all I wanted to do, is just jump around, and whatever's in the sector, it will pick it up. Actually, we probably should have gone down here and got these ones too. Nah, it'll be fine. Oops. That's not what I want to do. All right, and then the ship. The ship itself should actually go ahead and take off and do its stuff. Wait a minute. How come it didn't take? How come it didn't take? What? Can we get that to jump there? Let's try that again. I'm sure that's not too many commands. I'm sure of it. How about that? There it goes. There she goes. There she goes. Okay. I'm not sure what happened the first time. I'm not sure what happened the first time. That's crazy. And I tell you what, it'll take a while for it to get back to us. It's going to do its thing. As a matter of fact, I tell you what, we should be able to go ahead and track it. Let's see where it's going to be on the list. We just gave it 30 different jumps. That's pretty badass. And then round about the time it comes back to us, we'll be able to tell what's in the sector itself. Like we got a bunch of steel factories there. And it'll take care of freaking, like, you know what I'm saying? It'll log all the stuff. That's pretty sweet. And then the only sectors we don't have in that chain are just down here. Scrapyard. Interesting. Shouldn't take too long. We're gonna sit around the shanty mama and put a good buzz on. Well, I'll tell you what I am going to do, though. Seeing as though we got ourselves a huge amount of bots that are actually in the freaking chat right now, and we've got very, very few people, I believe I'm going to start banning y'all. You know, the crazy part is that, let's see, who do I recognize? Commander Root, obviously, they can stick around. Gray Mulkin and freaking Sun Sea, the only ones I see in there, and it says we got 2 viewers. Should actually be 3 because I know I've got an anonymous one. That one error, yeah, I recognize that name. But that's not showed up on my dashboard. All of a sudden now I'm kind of questioning what I'm seeing. It'd be nice to find a safe way to actually take a look at these names and not put yourself at risk of getting your information stolen. Well, maybe I will hold off then. Maybe I will hold off. Yeah, the likeliness of these guys actually getting the shot off is fairly slim, but I tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and move into a much... I didn't think they were going to make it too far. There we go. All right, and we're gonna let that burn through. Let those guys do what they gotta do. Cardinal, did I miss your freaking OK Boomer? Are you still here? Well, seems though that's doing that, y'all. I think I was actually playing some Slither IO. I'm gonna go back over there and take a look. As a matter of fact, I tell you what we can do. One of the interests I have is
Splitting.
So let's do that. Let's take a look at some. Let's take a look at some EPOS box. Maybe somebody can pick something up that's actually watching.
File sizes, controlling your home with OBS, zooming in on your cursor, shadow play alternatives, an entire world of untapped potential for OBS Studio exists, and not enough people know about it. Today we're talking about 9 OBS Studio scripts that can enhance your OBS experience and streaming. I'm EbosVox, the Stream Professor, and OBS Studio version 21 introduced Lua and Python script support and compatibility, but not many people really knew what that meant or what to do with them. After polling you on the community tab, some of you had said that you hadn't never even heard of it until I mentioned it. So let's crack open this functionality and reveal the possibilities. This video will be a 3-parter. The first one focusing on OBS enhancements, the second one on cool on-screen widgets, and then lastly, next level ideas. So check the playlist link below and get subscribed so you don't miss all the releases. The first type of script we'll be looking at provides tweaks to OBS's functionality. They don't directly show up on your stream, but they can make your life easier as you record or stream. First up is Auto Splitter. This is a basic script which will automatically split your recording files at a set interval, measured in hours, minutes, and seconds. Unfortunately, it can't do this by file size, but this is as close as you'll get for now. Automatic file splitting is actually one of the bounties that the OBS team have put up with their new bounty program that I covered on Streamer News. So hopefully we'll see that sooner rather than later as a full implementation, but this is the next best thing. Next up is a quick mention because I have nothing to test this with, but there's a script that allows OBS to control the home automation system, Home Assistant, based on states in OBS, such as streaming, recording, and OBS even being open or closed. This could be used to control your lights, automate setting up a nice little stream moody scene or whatever, turn off your noisy air conditioner, and more. It's pretty wild. Next up is a silly one, but one that some might still want. Open Last Recording. This can be set up to automatically open Windows Explorer straight to your latest recording file as soon as you hit stop recording, just to save you an extra step. This is a bit of a silly workaround though, as you have to manually tell it your recording directory and the file extension, so it doesn't work with remuxing. You'd have to tell it the MKV extension instead, but it could save you a click or two, regardless. Efficiency. Next up is a script project that lets you build network-controlled tally lights for cameras. These use Raspberry Pis and LEDs to let you indicate immediately which camera is active in OBS for, very useful for big multicam setups, especially where you're the stream producer for a stream where other people are the hosts, like a podcast or an event or something like that. Or if you just forget which camera to look at whenever you're doing multicam. This would be pretty involved, but definitely worth it for some of the bigger streaming setups out there. Do you want OBS to automatically load your starting soon screen when you open it so that everything is ready to go? This default scene on startup script helps with inch that automation goal one step further. It's pretty basic, but combined with other automation ideas, it can help make your life a little bit easier. Again, save yourself a click. I've mentioned this one before, but OBS filter hotkeys is an incredibly important script. As the name describes, it lets you assign hotkeys to filters on all of your sources, be it cool effects like the time warp filter we showed before, chroma keying, color grading, audio effects, just about anything. This helps take your management of special effects and your production value to the next level. Honestly, OBS needs to just implement this natively within the software at this point anyway, but... Simple Slides kind of addresses a big limitation I ran into when trying to use cool topic indicators for my streamer news show. The default image slideshow source in OBS Studio has a memory limitation that only allows you to use a small number of images, especially at higher resolutions. Simple Slides acts as a slideshow within a singular image source and does not have any memory limits, which is nice. Instead, your images do need to be labeled in order so that it knows which one to go to next, and it won't do any transitions or anything like that. But it's definitely a sweet alternative.
Interesting.
If you happen to edit video in Reaper, someone has made a script and control interface for it that lets you add markers to your recordings that can be read in Reaper. This is useful for marking edit points, parts you need to delete, important segments you need to highlight, just different sections in your video, etc. I've been asking for someone to make a plugin that can do this for Resolve and Premiere compatible markers for a very long time now, so it's exciting to see someone make this for an LE, even if it's not mine. OBS notification sound plays a basic sound when you start recording or streaming to get direct confirmation that you press those buttons. I've used this for my video shooting installation of OBS for a very long time now and haven't had any issues with false starts shooting videos ever since I installed it, because every once in a while you think you click record and it didn't actually happen. The sound indicator makes sure that you know. By the way, if you want dedicated videos on any of these scripts, leave a comment below. If you're watching this and have thought of some cool script ideas that haven't been made yet, I seriously encourage you to contribute them back to the community. It's the only way that any of this was possible in the first place. Learning to script and improving your skills for future projects is actually pretty easy with Skillshare. Skillshare is an awesome online learning community where millions come together to take the next step in their creative journey. They have thousands of inspiring classes on topics such as productivity, film, video, photography, and even web development. Skillshare is for beginners, pros, dabblers, and masters who want to improve their skill set and learn a new skill entirely. No matter your goals, Skillshare has classes that fit your schedule and skill level. If you want to do what I do, I highly recommend checking out the YouTube course from Marquez Brownlee, or MKBHD. It's got some good stuff in there. I actually really enjoyed seeing how his team's workflow works as well. The first 1,000 people to use my link in the video description will get a free trial of Skillshare Premium membership. Check it out. There's a lot more to cover. This was originally one video that had to be split up into 3 because there's just so much awesome stuff to be done with scripts. Join us on Discord to chat about these more at discord.gg/eposvox, and consider checking out this other video on 5 free streamer tools to keep yourself safe and be more efficient while you're streaming. Remember, be kind, rewind.
All right, let's see what else he's got. There we go. How about sound?
Let's take your stream audio from sounding like this to this. Much better. This really terrible sounding audio is being recorded on one of my favorite USB mics to have ever released. It's bad, but it's not far off from how most Twitch streams sound. But this is how it should sound. How did we get here? It's simpler and yet also more involved than you might think. I'm eposvox, the stream professor, and we spend a lot of time talking about improving your stream or video's image quality, encoding settings, capture cards, camera choices. Perhaps too much time, as it's actually way more important to have good audio quality. Audio is number 1 after all. We're going to dive in on how to keep your stream audio from sucking, on how to sound better than the vast majority of streams on Twitch, YouTube, or heaven forbid Facebook, with some easy steps and compromise in today's episode of Stream Guides, sponsored by Elgato and their Wave 1 and Wave 3 microphones. We'll also be using these for our demos. The Wave microphones are easy to set up, just needing a simple USB cable, have high quality capsules designed with the minds at Lewitt, and have some killer features like clip guard that help keep your audio perfect. The principles that we will be discussing here will apply to just about any microphone, however, and I will note when that differs. We'll be discussing 3 areas of focus in this video: physics in your setup, technique and mic usage, and adding a little polish with post-processing. Chapter markers will be on screen and in the description in case you need to reference back at any point in time or want to link it to your friends struggling with audio. Wink. There's a lot you can do with post-processing or clever tricks to add a little bit of polish to your microphone sound, but none of that matters if you're not setting it up right and you're ignoring the laws of physics. Physics dictate how everything in our dimension of the universe operates, and there are just things that you can't get around. First, let's talk about your mic placement. There's a direct relationship between the closer a microphone is to your subject and the quality of sound you get from it, within reason, and the ease of reducing background sounds. If you have a dynamic microphone, these are designed specifically to be used as close to the speaker's mouth as possible. Condenser microphones, on the other hand, such as the Elgato Wave, provide much more flexibility to use at a distance. In a fully sound-treated and sound-isolated recording booth in music studios, condenser microphones are often kept at a couple feet's distance from the singer or speaker. If you're in such a scenario, like a vocal booth, go for it, but the way sound works in a desk streaming setup are very different. If you're streaming at a desk, you still want your mic up close to your mouth, probably with a pop filter. You also want to make sure that your keyboard and mouse are positioned on the other side of the mic. You want the mic between you and your keyboard and mouse or other noise-generating objects, rather than the opposite. Basic directions will tell you that anything making sound in the pickup area of a mic will be picked up, and it's a lot harder to filter that out. If you absolutely have to have your microphone less visible, be it for teaching or business scenarios, a big streamer microphone is honestly not the right call. A lavalier clipped to your shirt or a shotgun mic mounted just out of frame is usually the way to go there. I have videos testing these on my channel. But for standard streaming and broadcast scenarios, this is the accepted norm, and the trade-off for cleaner, better audio is definitely worth it. Specific keyboard choice can matter here as well. Gamers often chase the clickiest sounding keyboard possible, but that's a terrible idea for streaming. O-rings can stop your keys from bottoming out while you're typing, but that doesn't stop the switch click. I have come to love Romer G switches and then Box Royale switches for more custom keyboards, as both of those are much more quieter for streaming purposes while still being very comfy on my sensitive hands. Linear switches aren't great, as you're going to be bottoming out the key, smashing it into your desk, and creating more sound, even if they lack the tactile click. You probably don't want your microphone blocking your face though. A good recommendation is to keep your mic at a 45-ish degree angle from your mouth. This allows the mic to still be pointed directly at where your voice is coming from, but it doesn't block your face to the camera as much, and comes with the added benefit of not picking up as many mouth sounds, breaths, or plosives. Speaking of plosives, a pop filter is often a must to protect your viewers' ears. Plosives are harsh P, B, and T sounds that occur, which effectively hit the mic capsule with a strong burst of air, which can really hurt listeners' ears.
Thank you very much.
Blowing right into them. A pop filter is a basic mesh that helps diffuse those air bursts. A pop filter should be at least 1 inch away from the mic capsule. It should not sit up against the mic's face. The Elgato Wave pop filter clips to the shock mount and provides a great air gap. This 1 to 3 inch gap helps give room for the air to disperse. Otherwise, you're still pushing it into the mic if it's too close. Also, if you're using one of those cheaper fly swatter style pop filters that are made of fabric, you want them to be dual layer or more, or they're not really doing much of anything either. Some mics come with a windscreen instead of a pop filter. While this technically can reduce plosives, it doesn't do so fully and more so acts as, well, a windscreen, a filter to keep wind from distorting the mic. It's okay to use one in place of a pop filter with some distance between your mouth and the mic, but using both a pop filter and a windscreen.
And thank you very much for the birthday
filter,
wishes.
When used right, should be doing the job itself, and the windscreen cuts down on those higher frequencies of your voice, so both is just hurting your sound. Mini microphones come with a neat stand to give you a basic option for sitting your mic somewhere. But putting that on a desk where you're typing or banging your arms a lot, a normal occurrence for game streams, that sound will translate up to your microphone. A shock mount can help reduce these noises significantly, as can getting your mic up on a microphone arm. Conveniently, Elgato also sells Wave mic arms now too. They have the normal mic arm that can go up over your computer monitors, or the mic arm LP that reaches under your monitors for a more slim profile. I reviewed these quite favorably in my microphone arms buyer's guide, linked below. The second way physics affects your streaming setup is, well, the rest of your setup, other than your microphone. Two big things are involved here: noise from other sources and reflections. Added noise is mostly obvious. If you keep your PC on your desk right next to your microphone, avoiding fan noise can be impossible, especially when your PC is working super hard to game and stream. Keeping your PCs on the floor, using something to keep it off the carpet and able to breathe, or, using cases with dust filters, etc., makes a world of difference for your
Let me go ahead and put that on pause for right now. He's going to be talking about microphones here for quite some time. Werner, thank you very much for the birthday wishes. I appreciate that. I'm in the process of having of doing streams that are 4 hours long. And I'm doing 20 of them. And literally what that translates to is let me jump into the ship there. There we go. What that's going to translate to is that we are about almost 3 hours into this stream, and then in another hour I'm going to go ahead and end, and then I'll take a 4-hour break, and then I'll come back and do another 4 hours, and then back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We are on stream number 12, and so we're halfway. But it was kind of like a celebration of not only my birthday, but also the games I played over the past year. And so Avorion was one of the games that I was actually playing. And so here we are. We're getting about 4 hours for I wouldn't say each one of the games that we played, but at least for some of the ones we did more of. So I hope that you stick around for as long as you feel comfortable with doing. And thank you so very much. Oh my gosh, is that red? Do I see red? And if you don't mind me asking, Werner, how is it that you found out about me? Was it, what source? Was it Discord? Was it, through Twitter? And if so, who exactly sent you? Or who did you follow to, come and say hi? Just looking through Avorion streamers? Nice. Nice. It is kind of a rarity. It is definitely a rarity. I mean, I got to admit, I enjoy this game quite a bit. I really do, but I don't, you know, playing it on a normal basis, not really. Not really. But if I had to say my main game is actually more Dead by Daylight, but not for right now. Like I said, mostly what I'm going to be covering is games that I've played in the past. I tell you what, why don't we go ahead and do some harvesting up here? Screw it. So right now, I actually started this universe, dare I say, maybe a couple months ago, and never really got that far. And so, seems as though I'm going to be taking the opportunity to play games of the past. Went ahead and kicked it in. It's definitely a chill game, so it's not as intensive like, you know, any shooters and stuff like that, high stress. And plus, you know, I'm Eastern United States, so I definitely want to keep it like on the calm this early on. Nothing super intensive. So I figured I'd just kind of like, you know, burn some time and turn the ship loose, get a little bit of mining done, mining and refining. While I go in, hide away, just as you were coming in. As a matter of fact, I had the ship out doing some scouting. As a matter of fact, we're going to take advantage of that and take a look and see what we found. See if we have anything that's cool. Interesting. Interesting. Excellent. And these would be items that we could use later on, that if we need a specific item that's actually being made on the outside of the universe as opposed to interior, we'd be able to get to without having to guess. Now granted, we are still way far out. Way far out. But we are closer than where we started from. Not bad. Not bad. A lot of trading posts. Ready, GG? So, Werner, you found me because it said, continue the birthday celebration. Actually, my birthday was last Friday. So, I've been doing, it was actually a meme. It was actually a meme where you see that it says 24-hour streams. That's exactly what it means. I'm doing 4-hour streams, but I'm doing 20 of them. So literally, like I said, we're on number 12. And Freddie GG, good morning, man. Good morning, good morning. Oh, snap. We are on number 12 of 20. Yo, Angry Butcher. What is happening, brother? Holy cow, look at these guys. Nice. Okay, but yeah, I was trying to burn some time while you know what I'm saying, the ship has got a captain on it, so it's doing its own thing, and that's why we were watching a video in the background. I'm gonna try to do two things, try to multitask, as it were. Freddie, you know what I was doing? Did you see what I was doing? I was actually watching Epos Fox talking about microphones.
And then there's the obvious, shutting your door, telling family when you need quiet time, shutting windows when you can, etc. Reflections are the tricky one. Reflections apply to sound as much as they do light. When you project sound out of your mouth, it shoots out and bounces off all of the surfaces in your space, just slower than light would. Your desk, your computer monitors, your walls, your floor, your ceiling, all of it. Your walls and indirectly your desk and PC monitors and your ceiling are considered first reflection points. They are the big ones that are most likely to produce reverb or room sound when you talk or shout. Covering your desk with a nice soft desk mat, such as at eposfox.gg/merch, wink wink, helps a lot with your desk reflections, and then pointing your camera at an angle so you're not talking directly at your PC monitors can help with some of those initial reflections back into your microphone.
Good call. Good call, Angry Butcher.
Elgato makes their wave panels, which may look like cheap Amazon foam, but actually provide a 3-step professional solution. A little bit on your most empty wall portions can help reduce the wetness of your room sound a lot. Alternatively, there is cheap Amazon sound foam, which won't perform quite as well, or there's moving blankets, which do a great job at deadening your room, but sound a little less natural because you sound like you're recording in a closet. If you have non-carpeted floors, getting a rug below you or around you can help as well. This should all be a motivator to design your backdrop set and stream space a little bit more, because ultimately an empty room with empty walls will always sound worse than a room that just has a bunch of stuff in it. The more things around to break up and absorb sound, the better. You can watch my video breaking down my acoustic treatment journey in my big garage studio, linked below. Your mic is positioned properly and your environment is tamed, but how do you use it? That may sound like a silly question, but the most common issues that people actually run into with microphones is just using them wrong. I mentioned before that dynamic mics pretty much require being up close to the speaker's mouth, and condenser mics will work best that way in desktop streaming setups. Choosing the right mic and positioning it correctly are big steps.
Nice.
Beyond that, you have to actually train your voice. New creators often start out shy and quiet, and that doesn't really work for entertaining an audience. Projecting your voice is important. While you may be streaming your voice directly into your viewers' ears if they're listening or watching on headphones, you're not actually sitting next to them. You have to speak up, speak clearly, and project your voice into the microphone. Often new streamers will buy entire new microphones, not understanding why it doesn't pick them mumbling and whispering at a distance any better, not talking about ASMR, and it just doesn't work that way. That being said, you don't need to yell. You'll see many streamers overcompensating and just talking at a shouting or yelling volume that's not healthy or sustainable, plus you're causing a lot more reflections off of your walls and your desk.
Yikes.
Some of this you just pick up through experience and time, but taking opportunities to gain more real-world experience, such as public speaking classes, really help. I mumble a lot in my day-to-day speech, but my college public speaking class really helped me make sure that I'm heard by an audience, and that directly translated to on-microphone speaking skills. This isn't just a matter of your peak loudness either. Consistency matters a lot.
I know.
Starting your sentence is super loud, but trailing off as you finish your sentence is not an enjoyable listening experience, and much harder to balance for. Shouting during an exciting moment in a stream is okay, but having half of your sound shouting and half of it really quiet is not fun. You also have to balance the projecting you're doing with your mic gain and levels, either on physical controls or in software. You may find that over time you actually have to reduce your mic gain because you're projecting better than you're used to. The Elgato Wave mics make it easy to quickly tweak gain, and the clip guard feature makes sure that you never clip or distort during loud moments, even if you do get a little excited. Technique is still king, but these bonuses certainly do help. Beyond loudness, there's also lots of little tricks you can practice to improve your mic technique. Learning to soften your plosives makes for a more natural speaking pattern. Drinking plenty of water and making sure to reduce your mouth smacks and clicks lowers the abrasiveness of your audio as well. Also, don't drink soda before you go to record or stream. That makes your saliva super thick and it's hard to speak. I struggle with this a lot. There's also the classic Taze on day tip of moving your mouth away from your mic to breathe. Not everyone can help it, but a heavy breather can be very off-putting during a live stream. Learning to breathe more quietly or away from the mic does a lot to help. All of these skills just take practice and conscious repetition. Watch your streams back to vocal coaches.
Watch everybody disappear.
They also tell you that doing vocal warm-ups to get your vocal cords ready to go a long way towards protecting your voice from going out after long streams. If you find yourself regularly losing your voice or feeling strained after streams, you should be putting a lot of work in to help keep your voice healthy before you burn out. Another important note for consistency is just keeping the same distance from your microphone. If you're constantly moving closer and further away from your mic, your audio levels are going to be all over the place. Two final tips about technique have to do with vocal fry and vocal pulling. A vocal fry is when you're speaking without enough breath being pushed through your vocal cords. Whether you're speaking or singing, most of the sounds that we make are actually produced by air moving across our vocal cords, not by working them like a muscle. A common vocal fry I hear from online newbie presenters is when they relax their breath before their sentence is done, resulting in the final word or few words sounding almost whiny or as if every sentence is a question. This sounds really annoying. And while you may be used to it, someone hearing you for the first time may bounce really quickly or because it's off-putting. Again, conscious efforts to stop.
Now, you got to realize that there's a lot of this that's opinion.
Go away pretty quickly. Practice makes perfect. Vocal pulling is quite similar. This is pushing, pulling, or tightening your vocal cords to force a sound that isn't your natural speaking tone. For example, when I do my radio announcer voice like this, it's cool and there's a time and place for it, but that place isn't conversation or conversational long-running streams. Unless you're a shoutcaster, I guess. This wears your throat out quickly and is just unnatural sounding. Many of my earlier videos had me fully locked into the radio announcer mode, and while it's, some found it cool, many definitely found it annoying. I promise, your normal conversational voice is just fine. Really.
How crazy is that?
Getting everything right before your audio hits your computer will always beat out doing anything after the fact, but sometimes you still have to tweak something or you want a little more. Let's talk about that. First, let's talk about background noise removal. What if you can't quite reduce it enough in your space, or clicks and keyboard taps keep making it in more than you'd like? If you're streaming with OBS Studio, as of recent updates, it ships with 2 noise filters that can help you. RN Noise runs on the CPU and will be tough to run alongside CPU demanding games or applications, but does a great job at removing background noises from your audio. If you have an NVIDIA RTX graphics card, which I know is tough these days, you can use RTX Voice either as part of the NVIDIA Broadcast app or via the OBS filter if you install the VoiceFX SDK. This allows you to use special cores on your graphics card to automatically filter out any frequencies that aren't your voice based on AI training. I demoed this back when it was first released and it's basically magic. Here's a vacuum. The vacuum is running. The vacuum is running, the vacuum is running, the vacuum is running, the vacuum is running. The vacuum is running, the vacuum is running. Additional resources on setting this up are linked below. What if you just want to make your voice sound better? Or keep it from clipping? WaveLink, the software backing the Elgato Wave microphones and Wave XLR interface, allows you to activate an awesome feature called Clip Guard. This is effectively full protection from ever peaking or clipping your microphone and distorting in your viewer's ears. Clip Guard works by running a secondary safety track at 20 dB lower than your main audio feed and automatically switching to it if you get too loud. such as when you cheer after winning a game or something. Got it!
Oh,
Yeah!
hell yeah, dude. It's our team, dude. Hell yeah. Blue team, go, dude.
That way, your viewers can still hear your enthusiasm and energy, but you're not breaking headphones or sounding all distorted-y and gross.
Using
If you want
RTX
to
voice?
enhance
Nice.
your voice or get rid of some gnarly frequencies going on, that's where VSTs come in. VSTs are audio plugins that can run in real time and modify your audio. OBS comes with some basic tools built in, but I usually recommend mixing them with the Replugs VST set, a completely free set of VSTs released by the makers of the Reaper audio editing software. If you see info about a free trial, that applies to Reaper itself, not the Replugs, so you may have downloaded the wrong thing. Add your microphone device to OBS, right-click it in your mixer, and select Filters. Add a new filter. Here, you can add EQ to tweak frequencies, a compressor to balance out your levels a bit, and so on. My big warning here is to keep it simple. It's easy to fall into the trap of overdoing your post-processing, something I did for years, and making really wacky sounding audio. In reality, you just want to tweak what you have and make it sound a little bit better. In our example here, the Elgato Wave is a wonderful and natural sounding microphone out of the box, so we only want to tweak it a little bit. My generally recommended audio chain is noise gate first, be it with RN noise, RTX voice, or a more traditional gate, then EQ, then compressor, and then de-esser if you need. Some people prefer to have their noise removal in the end, but I find it easier to get smoother results if you're not amplifying background noise with the other post-processing effects earlier in the chain. So here's what my processing chain typically looks like. EQ, using the Replugs VST I mentioned before, OBS's built-in compressor, and a de-esser, again using Replugs. EQing is more of an art than a science. I could make a whole video on this, or a whole series on this even. Comment below if you'd like that. But there's some general rules to follow. Usually, you want to start cutting everything below 60 Hertz-ish to avoid too much bass. You might think you want this left in, but many listeners will complain about boominess, and you might start to activate the subwoofers of listeners' setups, which is not a good thing. Higher voices may not need this, but mid and lower voices do. 100 to 150 Hertz is where some of the warmer frequencies live. A small boost to this can help give your sound that warm radio sound on some mics. On others, you may actually need to go ahead and cut this to avoid some muddiness. Muddiness in the voice is a huge problem around 200 to 250 Hertz. Too much of these frequencies and your voice can be almost impossible to decipher. I usually cut a little bit here depending on the mic. The 800 to 1000 Hertz range is considered the mids. A lot more of your nasally frequencies live here. A cut at 1000 Hertz can significantly improve the sound of your audio, depending on the mic and speaker. Frequencies around 3000 Hertz can add some clarity to your audio with a small boost. Too much and you start to get too crisp and too sharp for some listeners' ears. Remember, less is more. And a huge rule of EQing work is to cut before you add. We're not here to boost you to sounding like a robot, unless you want that. We just want to cut out some of the less flattering frequencies just a bit. Sometimes a little mid cut, a little high boost, and a low cut is all you need. Play with it and test a lot, with plenty of breaks to avoid ear fatigue. Compressors are a little easier. What is a compressor? The name is pretty self-explanatory, but it takes your audio and squishes it down or compresses it. The loudest parts become less loud to give you a more consistent sounding feed. This comes at the cost of dynamic range, but helps a lot with broadcast audio where you don't want to be getting super quiet and super loud unexpectedly. For the ratio, 3 to 1 or 4 to 1 is generally the ideal ratio for voiceover as a general rule.
Good call.
The
Good call,
threshold
Fred.
should generally be at a point where you're getting
ePost Box does a really, really good job.
Reduction. For me, minus 16 dB works, but you may need to play with it for you. Then you add 4 to 5 decibels of gain back either in the compressor settings or with a secondary gain filter. The Elgato Wave microphone sounds great and pretty natural out of the box, so you might want to keep some noise removal for keyboard sounds, but you may not even want or need a compressor, as ClipGuard already keeps you from clipping. It just helps with uniformity if you vary your speaking volume much or move around a whole lot during your streams. Clean up and prepare your environment before you start recording or streaming. Master your technique while using the microphone and provide some finishing touches after you've already sent the signal to your computer. And you have high quality, top tier audio to please viewers' ears and help take your career to the next level. Obviously, different microphones sound different and need different tools, but these principles apply to just about any vocal audio setup. And if you're looking for a microphone upgrade, you can't go wrong with Elgato's Wave 1 or Wave 3 microphones. They have high quality
Symphony!
Come with amazing virtual mixing software called Wave Link and are plug and play with a single USB-C cable. Elgato also has a variety of other tools to build your stream setup, such as their great new microphone arms. Links to those will be in the description. Thanks to Elgato for sponsoring this guide. If you need any additional help setting up your audio, come chat with us on Discord at discord.gg/eposvox. Get subscribed, and I'll see you in the next one. Remember, be kind, rewind.
Not bad. There you go. Watch this one.
I'm eposvox, the Stream Professor, and this is my 4K video, photo, audio, streaming, podcast, production studio tour for 2021. It's been a wild ride going from making videos out of a bedroom in my parents' house to multiple apartment iteration studios over time to building my own studio here in a garage at a house I bought myself. I cannot wait to show you.
To change my voice? Good morning, Morgan.
All right. It's finally time. I owe you all a studio tour. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the eposvox studio tour, the Stream Professor headquarters of sorts for 2021. This has been the culmination of 6 months of building and planning on top of, all the moving vlogs you already saw. I teased you long enough with those. It is finally time to do a formal, proper studio tour, and I could not be more excited. I am so incredibly proud of this space. I honestly firmly believe that of all the crazy multi-million dollar whatever studios you might see on YouTube, that I have built here what would be the most hyper-functional in terms of use per space studio you will ever see here on YouTube. And I am so incredibly proud of that. And it is something that drives me and keeps me creatively and just mentally energized to keep working and producing as many videos as high
Look, he does his own music?
as I can here
What?
on this channel.
Look at the keyboard.
It's all about technology and streaming and the like. I really appreciate it. It is thanks to your all support as well as the support of our sponsors, and I could not be more grateful. So just to get explanations out of the way, we're starting here in the boring entryway, but we're gonna start the actual tour with the most interesting part of the studio, of course. But I wanna give you a little bit of preparation of what to expect here. Of course, like I said, I do believe in terms of overall usability and functionality I have packed into this space, that this is the most hyper-functional studio you will see here on YouTube. This is a garage. If you missed all the moving vlogs, I'll have a whole playlist in the description below. This started out as a standard slab garage on a slab of concrete. It came with drywall already set up in the walls and ceilings, as well as a ton of outlets, but I had to add networking, carpet, sound isolation, as well as turn it into a space that didn't look like a dirty old garage as it started with, on top of air conditioning and things like that. It was a blast, it was a lot of work, and it turned into something absolutely phenomenal. And basically every space here serves at least 2 or 3 different purposes between video shooting, actual, day-to-day work, gaming, everything else. And I think it's phenomenal. So it's divided into 4 quadrants. The first one is this storage entryway area, which we'll cover last because it's least interesting. Then we have the game room quadrant of sorts. Then we have my actual work corner where my desk and my workstations and all of that happens. And then we have the storage / workbench quadrant as well, which we'll cover in high depth because it has a lot of stuff going on too. So like I said, this is going to be not the cleanest studio tour you've ever seen, because I don't believe in the empty white walls and white desk and barely anything on your desk, because to me, people who have setups like that either have way too much time to spend cleaning and organizing or don't do a whole lot. But I also come from the perspective of someone who has to have everything out and in front of me in order to do the work, and so things are a little bit messy. So there is still a little bit of mess on my desks and things like that, because I always have ongoing projects. So there's never a point where it's just perfectly clean and I'm not doing anything, because I always have 50 million things going on. But I'm also at the point where I'm ready to start making modifications and evolutions, so I want to show you how it is now, so as it starts changing, you guys can follow along with me. Enough talking, let's get into it.
This should be interesting.
Of course, we have to start with the more fun part, the game room, or the game corner, or the game quadrant. This was designed to effectively slot in replace the Retro Room set that I started using for most of 2020 due to us having a baby and my previous shooting spaces, including our living room, becoming baby rooms and me not having anywhere to go. So the Retro Room that I used primarily for retro gaming and game streaming that was originally supposed to be not really a work room but just a playroom separate from work ended up being my main video shooting space and set for many months, and you guys really loved the look, the neon lighting, the cool stuff in the backdrop, and the overall aesthetic. And of course, it's perfectly on brand for my channel, and so I have recreated that using one of our quadrants here in the studio, and it has quite a lot going on that I absolutely love showing off. We are first greeted by the retro gaming side, which is a custom TV stand entertainment center / desk that my dad and I built for my birthday last year to house this 113-pound beast. This is a Sony broadcast video monitor, or BVM. It is a D24, so it's a 24-inch CRT that supports 720p, 1080i, and of course 480p, 480i, and 240p, but it's completely analog, unlike something like a HD CRT like I've had in the past. So no latency, no weird processing, anything like that, and it is 16:9, which means the games that can take advantage of it on the Xbox, PS2, or even newer consoles, I have an Xbox 360 and PS3 hooked up here as well, can all look absolutely beautiful, and it is gorgeous. And of course we have all the shelves for every console under the sun that I can hook up to it. I've got a Nintendo 64, Super Nintendo, Dreamcast,
Holy
Sega,
cow.
Sega Genesis, PlayStation 2, PlayStation X, the DVR PS2 system, Xbox, Xbox 360, PS3, GameCube. I've got a DS Nitro emulator. We've got everything hooked up, including a big AV receiver for my big Polk speakers that we have going on over here, as well as the Go XLR for handling my audio, as this is also a streaming and recording setup with a big multicam array. We have a streaming computer back here running a ton of capture cards and the Threadripper 3960X with a 1650 Super graphics card, because I mainly just need the NVENC encoder for my streams and then all of those PCIe lanes for the different inputs for capture cards, because I capture the HDMI consoles over native HDMI and then pipe that to a converter input, component converter for the BVM, and then all of my component consoles run through a G-Comp switch, component switch, and then are spit out to different video processors for capturing, and I want to be able to capture most of them at the same time for comparison. So I have the RetroTink, I've got the FrameMeister, the open source scan converter, stuff like that, which makes my coverage of those products a lot easier because I can switch between them without having to do, you know, timed setup separate captures. And so for all of this, I am using the CAD E100S microphone. It is a large diaphragm condenser microphone. I've switched to it recently, absolutely love it. Got the Vivo mic arm that is set up like a monitor arm, which is absolutely awesome. Got one of those little mic or headphone hangers hanging off the side here for my headphones for me monitoring. And then I have, like I said, a multicam array back here with two Sony a6400s and two Panasonic G7s. One is just here for a big wide angle that shows the rest of my studio just because. The other is an overhead camera that I use to unbox products or do my Pokemon TCG openings, because this set is not only my game streaming set, but my Pokemon TCG streaming set, which I stream over on Twitch. I have a huge collection of stuff that still needs to be opened because I haven't been able to stream in a little while. As well as I'll shoot the occasional streamer news or even regular video over here as well, because the neon aesthetic is freaking awesome. Little technical tidbits real quick, just running through here. Capture cards include the AverMedia Live Gamer 4K, the Blackmagic deck, actually the Elgato Camlink Pro now, and then the Magewell Quad Capture HDMI capture card to run all of my different inputs and outputs. The Camlink Pro is what my cameras all run into over HDMI. I got little things like a custom Stream Deck mount for me to have the Stream Deck mounted on the, you know, up off the table so that I quit hitting buttons when I'm opening card binders or what have you. It's made by my buddy AD Wheeler. I have links to his Etsy shop in the description below. Freaking awesome stuff. As well as impact arms for some of my cameras. I've got the Elgato Keylight and Keylight Air, or Keylight Mini? Keylight Air as my main lighting for my cameras. Works great so far. And I will be soon adding a teleprompter to my main camera over here as we unboxed in a previous episode of AFK Chat. Moving on, beside me here, I've got the cube shelf I had over in the retro room at the old place. I do have two Sony PVMs here that are not hooked up yet. Back in the old place, I had some Raspberry Pis running to them to stream videos to and things like that, and I just haven't gotten around to hooking them back up. That's the goal, is to have the little CRT backdrop displays here. I've got older games and VHS tapes and Pokemon card tins for storage all in here, so it's both aesthetic and functional. You got PS1 games on the top, and then I have another VCR combo CRT up here as well, which will also end up getting a Raspberry Pi or something hooked up to it as a backdrop set piece. For now, it is just powered off until I get to it. And the bottom two cubes down here have little cube storage bins for handheld consoles, controllers, things like that. Let's flip around. And here we have my game storage corner. This is the first backdrop piece that I ever had as a set at my first apartment. It's a big game media shelf from Wayfair that my parents bought for me for my first apartment. It holds most of my cased collections of games. So we've got everything from original PlayStation, Wii, Xbox, Xbox 360, PS2, PS3, PS1, DS, Game Boy Advance, GameCube. We've got PSP, PS Vita, some of my Super Nintendo and Nintendo 64 games all on this shelf, stored and ready to also look awesome, but also be picked up to play it. I've got some PS5 stuff running up that shelf as well. And then this shelf contains my video game magazine collection, which I am quite proud of, even though I don't really go for anything super like complete of any specific set or anything like that.
What is this?
But I love my.
Why did that follow not show up, Vulcan?
To everyone that I could convince myself
Wrong
to,
window?
Unfortunately, I have to get rid of some, and I do regret that as I go on. But I've got classic video game magazines, newer video game magazines, newer retro video game magazines, game guides.
Vulcan, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen him in my viewer list too.
Pokemon binders, comic books, the like over here, which is a lot of fun to have integrated here. I always need more bookshelf space though, so you know. And then of course we have my helmet tower of power, which you can barely see. Maybe if I get some light on it there we go. We've got my helmet tower, which has my Halo 3 Collector's Edition helmet, which I absolutely love. I've got my Halo Infinite Halloween costume helmet that I picked up from Target this past year when Halo Infinite was supposed to launch. And then I've got the Doom Eternal Collector's Edition helmet and the Doom 64 Collector's Edition helmet from the limited run games.
This guy.
Edition run of that.
Talk about nerd.
That brings us in kind of a gradient to the more modern gaming setup here, as we have the LG C10 or CX OLED behind me. This is the 48-inch model. I already posted a full review up on my channel. This thing is incredible. HDMI 2.1, 4K 120 Hertz, G-Sync or adaptive sync. It's an OLED, so the blacks are incredible. The HDR performance is incredible. It plays so good, and I do not get to use it enough for how amazing of a panel it is. This is where I game on my PlayStation 5.
Yeah, Angry Butcher, I would not be shocked.
Kick back in my Big Joe beanbag chair here and watch some good old classic movies and the like. Can't speak highly enough about it. Got the Sound Blaster X Katana soundbar going down on the TV stand, which is alright, served me pretty well for the past 5 years, I think, since I reviewed it originally. And the TV stand is actually the TV stand my old HD CRT came on whenever I picked it up, and so I repurpose everything I can in this space. Over here is my wall of monitors that I built, kind of inspired by a G4 TV setup that I saw forever ago. I covered this during my moving blogs when we were setting up the studio. I've got 4 Insignia. They're only 720p LED TVs. But they do the job. They're on Vivo monitor mounts that are mounted to the stud right next to the window here. So it does block off the window. Theoretically, I could just move them out if I wanted the light from the window, but I've been fine with it.
Okay, he's got Bob Ross on.
Some more of my lanyard collection and stuff like that, kind of covering up the monitor mounts. It looks pretty good. Currently, I just feed them all running Twitch when I have them in the backdrops. They're not great TVs. The Twitch apps freeze all the time too, but for just a backdrop setup that works fine for now. My goal actually here, I have a little capture PC down in the floor next to this TV stand that has like an 8700K and a 2070 in it. My goal is actually to set this up with either OBS using remote control plugins or some sort of video DJing software and actually be able to just display cool graphical assets and things like that that I can customize on these TVs specific to the videos I'm shooting and the like, including a monitor I have way up on a shelf over there. Currently, I don't have that set up or anything yet, but that is the long-term goal with that. All right, now we keep skirting along here as we get into our next quadrant. This is kind of like a gradient towards that quadrant. The table behind me is my retro computing corner, which might sound a little silly to say because currently I have on it the 3D 120Hz PlayStation 3 TV that I unboxed on a recent Streamer News and been playing around with, but behind that is a Mac SE from the 80s. But here I have my childhood, well, my aunt owned it, but I played a ton on it. Childhood Windows 98 gaming computer. It's a Gateway, has an Intel Pentium 3, has a Voodoo 3 as well, graphics card. Currently have Windows 98 running on it, which for whatever reason is only running at 75 hertz, so it flickers a little bit on camera. But this has been a blast to have set up. And then below it, I have my Windows XP gaming computer and a bigger, different CRT that I swap out from time to time. And this is the only desk that I use in my entire home office or studio office here that was bought instead of built. This is a table I picked up off of Amazon that has the metal support beams underneath, along with a thick piece of particle board or whatever, specifically because it would be more reinforced to hold the weight long term over of the CRTs without bowing, whereas the rest of my desks are custom built. So wanted to highlight that. But this is, I usually try to make it look a little bit bigger than it is with tighter angles just because it is such a small set. But so far, I love having this easily accessible, and it's a little cramped with the tower on board and things like that, but it's still fun to pick up and play some older games on. This studio tour, of course, would not be possible without our amazing sponsor, Nerd or Die. They probably have new stuff going out right now, but I don't have my ad copy in front of me. But I wanna be candid with you in that Nerd or Die's support through the year of 2020, with everything going crazy, with me having a baby, with lots in the world changing, Nerd or Die has been the sponsor that we had for all of 2020, helping us produce new shows, helping me stick it through, and making a huge difference in this studio being possible. They have incredible stream layouts that really only take a couple clicks to set up a multi-scene layout in OBS Studio, which is phenomenal. They have high quality widgets, alerts, overlays, starting soon screens, all sorts of visuals, and they're constantly releasing free stuff like their automatic graphics switcher, so you can have alternating lower thirds. That is just a basic drag and drop HTML file that they developed and released for free. They have amazing stuff to really make your stream look professional, and you have different options and customizations and even the source files if you want to modify in After Effects or pick and choose your elements, so you can truly make a standout stream that looks professional and stands out from everyone else. And you can save 15% on your order with coupon code EposVox over at eposvox.gg/nerdordie. And the Retro Corner officially transitioned us into the new quadrant, which is primarily my workspace, my workstations, my desk, all of that jazz. And so behind me, I have an array of 5 monitors. These are the Dell UP2718Qs.
Gotcha.
I covered them in my Monitor Roulette series a couple years ago. They are wonderful 4K 60, HDR10, very high quality production monitors used for color grading and color accurate work, which I of course use for video editing at my main desk here. We've got a custom keyboard I built with Box Royal switches and have absolutely loved them. Got the Logitech MX Master 3 mouse. Got the PC Panel Pro, Go XLR, Stream Deck XL, another Stream Deck mounted on the cool custom Stream Deck mount I showed you.
PS5.
I've got the PreSonus Aris 5, I believe, studio monitor speakers, Lexar HR2 hub. I've got the Blackmagic SSD dock mounted under the desk like I showed at the previous place. I've got the Sony A7C as my main desktop webcam, A-cam sort of going on here. Mounted in the Glide Gear TMP 100 teleprompter. I've got a 24mm 1.4 G Master lens on that A7C. I've got the Ninja V for recording the camera feed because I'm still running into that frame drop issue that seems to be related to how OBS loads direct show devices these days. Still chasing that down. I've got the Ninja Inferno for recording my desktop as well. Mounted overhead, we have another Panasonic, I think this one's actually a G85 for my unboxing sections on Streamer News and AFK chat and things like that. And that is my main workstation. This is where I do most of my work here at this part of the desk. I've got the Aperture 120D and a Light Dome Mini, or Light Dome 2, actually, not the Mini, Light Dome 2 as my main key light for this. I am actually switching it to the Aperture 200X soon, as that will be allow me to get the color temperature I want a little bit finer and be a little bit brighter overall, so I'm excited to do that, as well as the Light Dome SE, which is ever so slightly smaller than this one, which will eat up, because this
maybe not. It just depends. If it's more like a windscreen than anything else, maybe not.
Setup is these 2 monitors and that desk, and of course it runs my custom super nutso video editing PC that I covered as I built it and water cooled it. It's in the Fractal Design Define 7XL case with the custom wheels mounted, printed from Windle. It's got the Threadripper 3970X, Titan RTX, 128 gigs of RAM, SSDs galore. Awesome little workstation, 10 gigabit networking run throughout the space. We'll talk about that in a moment. And this is how I do most of my work for 4K 60 and 4K video editing and tutorials and video production. I've got another Vivo mic arm here with the RE20 swung around here, and this I actually have run into the Audient Evo 4 audio interface. The Go XLR is primarily used for all of my audio routing, just to my speakers and headphones and all the virtual devices I want. But I also have the Sennheiser HMD26 headset that I use for some of my streams as well, run into the Go XLR also. The chair I'm using is the Autonomous Ergo Chair 2. Still, out of all the chairs that I've reviewed and tested so far, has been my favorite. Over here on this side of the desk is the super messy side that has a million and one things going on. I've got the next-gen consoles underneath for doing all of my captures for Digital Foundry and capture card testing and the like. I've currently got my sleeper gaming PC in the same gateway case that my Windows 98 rig is in that I've been working on. I've got a 1440p 144Hz monitor, a 1440p 60Hz monitor for gaming and game streaming setup stuff that I have over here. And then back there is the Asus ultra-wide 100Hz monitor that I reviewed a couple years ago, hooked up to the M1 Mac Mini that I've been slowly getting around to testing and using for streaming and things like that to figure out what kind of stuff it's good at, because it doesn't actually compare to video editing on my main workstation, despite what all of those "I'm selling my Mac Pro for an M1 iMac" videos will tell you. It's not the same at all. Below this section of the desk, I also have all of my different test benches for streaming configuration. So I've got like a low, medium, and high configuration setup going for testing streaming settings and how they affect different performant rigs and things like that. And those are run through a level 1 text KVM, which is pretty cool. Back on the walls, we have the Elgato sound foam tiles that I showed off during my moving vlog and testing of those, and I've got the Elgato light strips wrapped around them. And in some places, the adhesive is held up, and in some places, I've had to go through and zip tie them to the frames, which is fine. You can't.
Well, I guess that's kind of a good thing, really.
Great. On the shelves above me, it's mostly display stuff. So
20%? Yeah, not fully closed, right?
I've got classic PC games. I've got things that I've taken to conventions to get signed, such as my first NVINC GPU. I've got my first capture card box. I took that one to LTX to get signed by you all and the LTT crew and things like that. And then on this shelf, I have my PC box games and some graphics card boxes.
That is ridiculous, dude.
Well,
can you imagine moving?
A PW513 webcam over there for the overhead view, which looks so good.
How much freaking work that would be?
I used to call Megadesk until everyone started calling their desks a Megadesk. Is completely custom built by me and my wife and my dad at one point for some of the iterations. The desktop itself, I believe, is 1.5-inch MDF, or maybe just 1 inch, I don't remember off the top of my head, and then the legs are made out of 2x6s, and for the most part, it's held up perfectly fine. I did end up replacing my primary desktop piece here that we moved with, because that one had already survived a couple moves and was starting to bow over time, but overall, with that one piece replaced, everything else is held up just fine, and I did add an extra little small leg made of 2x4s in the back to help with sag and bowing, just in case. That way it lasts another 4 years or so. As much as the other quadrants of the studio are, especially the game room side, of course, this is where I spend the majority of my time. So if I'm talking to you on Discord or responding to comments or whatever, I'm sitting in this chair, in this corner of the studio, working away at my work and my videos and things like that, and I absolutely love it. I love how functional it is having all three of these setups in this one desk corner here. I am perhaps sacrificing some of the desk space back in that corner by having the ultra-wide blocking part of it, but realistically, like, I have everything I need at my fingertips to just work and go. And by having my main workstations under the desk, they have air filters, that's fine, and a vacuum. I get to keep the noise levels down, and it's still perfectly fine to record over here, which is great. The Aperture 120D, as well as the light for the workbench as we move to the next quadrant, is actually mounted on a Varipole that just goes ceiling to floor, which is pretty cool. Now we move on to the last of the interesting sections before we wrap up with, honestly, it's not a great, a super interesting section, but I know people are gonna ask about it. And this brings us to the workbench side of things in our third quadrant here of Source. This is the same workbench I've had since our second apartment. I just keep reusing it. It's held up totally fine. Again, we got 1 inch to 1.5 inch MDF, 2x6s for the legs. We've got shelves underneath so I can store all my extra computer parts and hard drives and soldering stuff and cables and tools. I've had to buy a lot of tools since moving for various things that we've built.
Get a cooling fan.
Pegboard that we've had the whole time. It's hanging in there slowly but surely. It's dying, but it's hanging in there for now.
That a green cooling fan. That thing is huge.
Screwdriver kit. I've got my own. I've got caulking and cables and water cooling gear and blue shop towels and everything you need to modify and build computers and water cool and custom projects, and I've got my soldering iron and soldering station stuff going on as well. Pretty cool stuff. Again, everything designed to be as hyper-functional as possible. So it is a small amount of space, but just enough to really get the kind of work that I need done. And then I also have lighting and cameras hooked up. So I've got it set up to be the same kind of PC building streaming station, and you know, if I need to go record video of me working on a computer for computer review or what have you, I have all of the tools available here in this tiny compact space. It's lit with a Godox SL60W with an aperture lantern, and then I have the Aperture Tri 8 LED panel with the Easy Box up above the monitor mounted over here, available for lighting as well. And I technically, above the pegboard, have a quasar tube that I could use if I need more overhead lighting, but so far I don't need it. I've got Stream Decks run, I've got a computer set up to use the stream, I've got a monitor over here and over here, so I always see where I have going. And then currently I have 2 cameras set up here, but I am adding a third for my main face angle because I don't currently have that installed yet. In this corner I have the Zcam E1 with the fisheye lens that I used in previous streams. It's still available here as well. Overhead I have a Sony A5100, and this thing is ceiling mounted on a motorized slider. Absolutely insane, stupid idea that I had, because the goal with this whole studio was to use all of the gear that I had sitting on shelves and that I had either bought off a harebrained idea and never really put to use, or I got sent for a review or what have you. All the gear that I didn't need readily available to do shoots like this, I wanted to be able to use up or get rid of so that I stopped having so much stuff in my way. And one of the ways I did that was going completely overkill with setups like this. So I've got my Godox SL60W that I didn't use anymore with the extra aperture lantern that I had as my main light over here. I've got the LED panel up here that I didn't use anymore as my lighting for that. And I had a motorized slider that I had only used once or twice and didn't really have a huge use for because it doesn't hold my bigger camera. Mounted that bad boy on the ceiling with the baby plate aimed down with the A5100. Now, I'm probably not going to use it in motorized slider mode very often just because it's hard to get the timings right, and the one time I did that for a computer building montage, you all hated it, understandably so. But it does allow me to just press a button and easily adjust the position of where it is, so depending on what I'm working on the workbench, I can always get the right angle, which is huge. And I no longer have microphones attached to that because Clock Audio, the company that I reviewed that does the embedded audio in, you know, workplaces and things like that, they hooked me up with the solution. You can actually see one of the microphones just barely right there. I have a stereo pair of their C31 microphones with grommets integrated directly into my pegboard and then run out to my Behringer UMC22 or UM204 HD, I forget which one I have, via XLR. And they're just built right into the pegboard. So thankfully my workbench is detached from the pegboard. The pegboard's wall mounted, the workbench is not, it's just free floating. So anything I do on the workbench won't make handling sound into the microphones. If I do mess with the pegboard too much, of course, some sound might come through, but they've got grommets and everything. So far in my testing, it's been great, and it's not like I'm regularly banging the pegboard anyway. So I've got a nice stereo image of the microphone audio pointed directly at me here working at the workbench, and it sounds oh so good. And I can't wait to hear it, for you all to hear it in more streams and PC building videos and things like that, because these are great. They stay completely out of my way, get the exact audio I need in the space, reject a little bit of background noise here, and like I said, they're integrated directly into the pegboard, which is freaking awesome. Super shout out to Clock Audio for the hookup again, because this has been a life. I was always unhappy with how the audio sounded in our previous PC building space, but I didn't really have the means to change it much, and I really didn't want to commit to having to charge and use a lav kit every time I wanted to spontaneously, you know, do stuff over here. So this has been the perfect setup so far. Yep, that's not gonna work. I think I can call myself lucky with that one. I don't know why it was working before. Yikes. One secret superpower of this workbench setup is that it's actually 2 different sets in one. So I have the workbench set itself, which I can use as a backdrop set or as what I face when I'm working on the computers. So that's already 2 sets in one. So I guess it's 3 sets in one, because I also have a motorized backdrop system here. So if I drop it down, I have 4 different reams of Savage paper and a piece in the way here. It's not perfect, but motorized backdrop to where I can get colored paper backdrops that I use for my explainer sections, where more information dense stuff I don't want to have a complicated distracting backdrop going. I can do purple, I can do gray, I can do white. White does not want to drop at the moment because it's not tightened enough. And I can do black as well. And of course I can put a colored RGB LED behind me and cast color onto any of these to make them the color that I want on top of that. And so I can completely black this out and you never even know the workbench is here, on top of the fact that I have a more professional education-y style set to work with in the first place, which is freaking awesome. This thing is a pain in the butt to set up and ceiling mount and all of that. And like I said, one of the sections apparently is still not tightened enough to actually work. But overall, this is great and has been a huge upgrade to the production value of some of the videos that I have produced. And it's all
That
just
is pretty badass, though.
remote. And that brings us to where we started effectively with this studio space, which is the entryway to where we come into the studio, and the storage wall, which of course was where the garage door was originally. And that is the magic of what I have done with the studio space here, is frankly, you really wouldn't know unless you're looking for super fine details that this was a garage in the first place. For the most part, I have done what I consider to be a great job covering up that fact for like the vast majority of this place. If we go all the way to this corner, this is where the AC unit is that we built up for this place. We do have a centralized heating and air unit that we have hidden behind here. I do plan on getting some neat like arcade carpet style fabric or something to wrap around this with some cool lights or something since we got it insulated, but for now, it's just here. And then in the far corner, we have storage for ladders and the vacuum and things like that that just stays kind of out of the way. And then this shelf is supposed to be camera gear and audio gear that I need to have access to, like not in the attic, but I don't use on hand for every shoot and don't need, you know, regularly available at every point in time. And that's what this is supposed to be. None of this storage is finished, which is why I'm kind of just going on and doing this video now, because it's not going to be finished for a while. If we move on from this shelf, then we have what is supposed to be my review unit shelf. So stuff that I still have on deck to cover and review, like this mixer here. I have a whole bunch of webcams I bought on Amazon Prime Day to review and compare microphones, things like that, or stuff that I'm still saving for comparisons in the future that I may have already covered. This little shelf right here is actually on wheels, and this is my gear cart. This is the gear that I might need on hand at any point in time for a particular video. So this is all the stuff I might regularly use. This is of course a little bit more than that overall, but we've got lights that I would use to cast color lighting on things if I don't need my specific RGB LED tubes like I have here. I've kind of mostly moved on to these. I use these mostly at older sets, but I do have these, you know, both available in case I want to use them. I've got one of my foam heads for headphone cover reviews and things like that. I've got more headphone stands, green screen tape, masking tape, microphone stands. I've got a gimbal that I've used like a total of 3 times, but I'm trying to use more. I've got cans of atmosphere spray, AKA like haze or smoke or what have you, so I can just like add a cool effect to product shots. And now we got a nice hazy look. I use it every once in a blue moon. Got my teleprompters. This tote right here contains lens filters, so my Pro Mist and things like that. This contains my lenses that are either vintage lenses or lenses for my Micro Four Thirds cameras, so my GH5S, which I have right here, or my Panasonic G7s and G85s. This is my EF mount lenses, so my full frame stuff, like my 100mm macro lens here, things like that. I've got my photo taking camera down here, which is the 6D Mark II. I've got grip gear, so I've got quick release plates, mounting, stuff like that, extra audio pieces. We've got lens converters, got my clapper, which I do use, and I've strapped Velcro to the back of it to attach my dry erase marker. I've got elements that I use for backdrops of video shoots, stuff I put products on for B-roll shots. I've got more little tripods and extra camera pieces and the like. And then I've got a knife that I sometimes use for unboxings. I've got clamps that I use for certain things, all on this easy rolly cart. And on the back is one of my mini secrets that I maintain for managing everything and keeping everything hyper functional. This is actually a cable management strip that you would mount in a server rack. It's kind of dangling here. I got to get a better mounting solution, but I actually have this on all over this storage shelf as well. And this is more for PC parts. So I've got PCIe cards, internal cards, power supply stuff, but then we move on to other stuff as well. So like these are all power cords in here, but then this is a whole tote full of microphones and it's already overflowing out here. This is all audio cables, so XLR, things like that. I've got motherboards and motherboard boxes, a case I've never used, the O11 Dynamic, but all over this one, I have these cable management things gripped to it as well with bongo ties that I keep all of the cables that I would regularly access that I don't want to dig through totes for. So I've got XLR and mostly audio, but some USB cables for microphones on this one, and then I've got USB cables over here. I've got video cables over here, so HDMI, DVI. We've got power cables and network.
Yeah. I'm just showing
stuff
off.
like that.
This guy's just showing off.
Stuff that I would use
Oh,
right
Ebo's
now that
Vox.
I want to access and not have to dig through codes for, which has been a huge part of the hyper-functional aspect of this. Huge shout-outs to Mr. Greg.
In the hoarder, right?
And this is we have my wardrobe. So yes, I actually bought
Morning,
a
hype.
carded wardrobe here to keep all of
How's
the
it going?
clothes that I would use in a standard video shoot. So I've got my cool little jackets, I've got my Windows sweaters, I've got my PlayStation sweaters, all the shirts that you see in videos pretty much sit on this
You got
rack and allow me
wardrobe
to alternate
backstock.
between them should I need to, you know, shoot
No
multiple
makeup.
videos in one day or something like
Just
that. I
saying.
actually do quite frequently. So that's stored here. I've got modifiers, flags, and things like that down below. And this just kind of stays here out of the way while still allowing me easy access to stuff, since this is detached from my house and my baby is asleep sometimes in the way that I would go into the house, so that becomes problematic. If I just need to shoot a bunch of videos, I have all the shirts right here ready to rock, including, you know, shirts that I would throw over top of other shirts and things like that, making it super easy. And then I just keep most of my rolling cart light stands. These are the Impact rolling light stands here. And my camera's on wheels, so I can just like pull it along with me here. All of this is on wheels and would just kind of sit right here in front of this out of the way and make it easy to manage. And then lastly back here, we of course have a wall of storage here. So on the back side of the TV stand that all my retro
Dear
stuff
God,
is on,
dude.
I have all these plastic drawers that I've built up over the years stored on here. And so I have them mostly for my retro room stuff, although I do have some dedicated to webcams and capture cards. But I've got component cables, power bricks, controllers, all of that kind of stored back here. At some point this needs a major revamp, but at the moment it's doing its job. And then we have my server rack. So this is a 25U server rack. I believe it's an APC net data. That doesn't sound right. It doesn't actually have a model number on it, but I picked it up for $75 from a government surplus sale up in Indianapolis, and it barely fit in our car, and we drove it down here. I have a whole video on that from a few years ago, and I shoved it in my apartment. One of the most ridiculous things I've ever done for this YouTube channel, but it is pretty much completely full on both sides. It has my custom Unraid server, another server I built forever ago that is honestly turned off most of the time, and then all of my Synology NAS and all of my 10 gig networking. So I have a bunch of switches in here. I have 10 gig networking run throughout the studio using Cat6A cables. And you can see here, the only spot that you actually see them is routed around the door here because there was no other way to get them to go across. Now I know a lot of people get super picky about this and they're like, oh, you should have done your runs through the walls. The issue is this is a garage. So first and foremost, we installed the AC and all the ducting and stuff up in the attic before I was able to do the networking in the first place. So we would have to be squishing all of that and climbing over it in order to try to drop this through the wall. But secondly, where the roof actually meets where the wall opens up into the attic, it is too steep of an angle, especially with the nails coming through from the roof and stuff, to really be able to manage that. So between needing to climb over ducting and trying to get that really steep angle, it just wasn't going to work out. Plus I was doing all of this myself, and that's not something I really want to mess with anyway, and I'm trying to keep runs as short as possible because a lot of this is run through SFP Plus transmitters, which can only do 10 gig up to a certain length. I did actually just run them around the perimeter going both directions of the studio, and so this is the only spot where you see it routed over the doorway, and I think it just kind of adds to the kind of hacky Silicon Valley vibes. And then I have this TV on a cart here that I often use as a backdrop for B-roll in certain shots, but it's also just as my Unraid kind of output here. I have a bunch of light stands and green screens stored in the corner for, at the moment the server rack is kind of tore apart because I'm finishing up my Unraid server and things like that, but I've got roughly 500 to 750 terabytes of storage in this box here, which is absolutely bonkers, but that's the life of a video production house, I guess. I've also even mounted my own USB powered 120mm fans on the front of this server rack door here to allow me to push more air into the Unraid server because the drives run pretty hot in it. So I originally had a bunch of people insisting that I set up, walls to divide up these spaces into different rooms to get the most out of it, and I understand how that might look a lot better given what you're trying to work with depending on your setup, but that did not really align with the goals that I wanted, because I don't think this space is big enough to really divide like that. And so instead, the center here is completely open, allowing me free reign, like a TV set, to put the camera at different angles and everything that I want. So because I often shoot with, this is a really wide angle that can get everything in view and make every room look big. I don't usually shoot with this wide of an angle. And so I wanted to be able to put the camera anywhere and everywhere and also use the center with this Flex-A-Spot sit-stand desk that they sent me a couple years ago and I have been a huge fan of. Motorized, I get to align it with my tripod, pretty freaking sweet. I can use this to then use any of the different quadrants that I want as backdrops for my B-roll and have universal access to everything. And I think that this has been an incredibly important part of my workflow here that I am so glad I didn't divide up. I do think in the future, if I had a bigger space, I would want dedicated office spaces as well for separate sets or an editing room or what have you. But currently, other than sound treatment, which I have mostly worked out here, I do believe that keeping it all one big open space was the right call, and I absolutely love it. This is, I got a custom sign made by my mom, which doesn't show up without lighting on it at the moment, but that's fine. I got stickers on the door, dry erase to manage, neon and LED lighting everywhere, and this is my home garage studio, which if I were to slap a clickbaity title on, this would easily be like if we're including like the labor, the parts, all of the equipment I have in it, we're talking like a 250 grand, 500 grand studio. I hate when people put that in the titles because I've acquired so much of this over time. So much of this I didn't acquire at cost in the first place, and labor was free through my parents and myself. But this is where I do my work day in and day out. And this is a place that I am so incredibly proud of, and it's such a better place than working out of small apartment bedrooms or trying to combine our living room into an office studio space and getting comments every day about the mess. I still don't keep this super clean, as some of this has shown. I always have projects running. The way my ADHD brain works is if stuff isn't laid out in front of me, I don't know it exists or I don't know to get back to it, so I have to keep that messy to some degree. But this is so much of a better space to work with. And I'm so grateful to you all for your support, for working with me on patience in terms of content during the move, for your contributions on Nebula and Patreon and through our new merch, eposbox.gg/merch. All of this on top of your viewing and subscribing in the first place are how this is possible. And I cannot thank you enough as I just hit the microphone. So here it is. I know I'm 6 months late. I expected to be able to turn this around sooner, but I just had to kind of get to work, and then I kept making messes of it. So I went on a cleaning spree recently.
This guy.
To show it. Just as a final note, because I know people will be asking, the gear that I shoot most of my formal on-camera videos at that aren't at the 2 desk stations is the Ursa Mini Pro 4.6 guy.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying something about that, Moken.
It's been a workhorse of a camera producing beautiful results other than my own skin tone I've had a lot of trouble with. But it doesn't have any sort of autofocus, so I would happily uptrade this right now for a Canon C500 Mark II or something like that that has the dual pixel autofocus and a bigger sensor. I have a magic booster in it, which is basically a speed booster, but it's a lens mount replacement instead of something you put on the back of your lens. That gives me a full frame field of view here, and so that's been serving me great. I'm currently shooting on the Deity interview kit, the HDTX and all of that. The Deity makes wonderful audio here, but my sit-down shots were all with the Sennheiser MKH416 into a Sound Devices Mix Pre-3 Mark II. Lens I have on it is currently a Zine 16mm cinema lens, but typically I use the Canon 24-70. I've got the Aperture Nova P300C right now blasting on me with the softbox, but I also have the overhead lights on so you can actually see most of the space. And yeah, usually have a bounce or something going on as well.
Anything else?
Thanks so much, guys. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions over on the Discord.
Sure.
Studio tour. This is it. This is what I'm working with.
Seriously.
I know it's chaotic. I know it's
What in the
with
actual?
all the signs, the stickers, the LEDs. But this is what really drives me, keeps me energized day to day. I get to come into this space, AC blasting, so it's cool.
Jack with price, yeah, right?
In the summer here. And just get to be my most creative self. Blast some music, play some retro games, get some sick B-roll. And I am absolutely loving it. This turned out way better than I thought it could, even if we didn't get to achieve everything I wanted to with it, and I could not be more grateful. Hit the like button, subscribe, and be kind. Rewind. I'm eposbox.
Well, no. Stop. I'll drop a like, though. I will drop a like. What up, hype? Morning, hype. Morning, Ralph. Morning, Sam. That is absolute insanity right there. That is absolute insanity. Yeah, he does a lot of educational videos. I'll tell you what, if there's any part of streaming that you got any questions about, I'm sure he's probably covered it and then some. And then some. So he's one of the people that I actually reference. I actually I wouldn't say pay too much attention to, but if I have a question, you know what I'm saying? The funny part is that he is somewhat accessible. Like he was talking about on the Discord, you could post a question, and if the expert, you know what I'm saying, if he doesn't answer it, there will be an expert there that could answer it. It's really, really cool. Sweet. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. There we go. Morning, hype. Saturday hype. Not bad. We're doing pretty good for the resources. Showing up right at the end again. I see. Hmm. 1.5 is probably 1.5 inch. Angry Butcher, I'm sure you could probably find the video. As a matter of fact, I still have it. You want me to link the video itself? Here, I can do that. Boom. There you go. That's the video we just watched. Eternal Return? Oh, there we go. Woo. All right, y'all. I think that's going to pretty much do it. We got about 3 minutes to go. I think I got just a tad bit of early start. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to call it right there. It's a MOBA? What's a MOBA? Motherboard? Ladies and gentlemen, that's number 12. That's number 12 out of 20. Should I go ahead and do the 12 out of 20 thing? Just to kind of like further overstate the fact that we got 20 of them? What do you think? It's a game? True. Angry Butcher, more than likely, you might have just sandwiched. You might have just sandwiched it together. Hey, look, y'all. Super, super awesome. You guys have been really, really supportive. Like, throughout this whole bullshit and freaking craziness going on with streaming. It's been really, really cool that we've had so many people, you know, saying, come back time and time and time and time and time and time again. And I really do appreciate it. Granted, we didn't really have all but so much that was going on today. But still, it was really, really cool. Not to mention the folks that are coming in for Avorion and well, making mention to a couple things, which was really helpful. Very, very helpful. But we will be back 4 hours, y'all. Be back at 2 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern, y'all. And we'll do it again. Another 4-1. That'll be number 13. Lucky 13, y'all. Lucky 13. It should be pretty, pretty interesting. But thanks, y'all. Thanks, y'all. for the love and support. Hype! What are you doing? Anyhow. 24-hour streams number 12, 24-hour. Really? It is what it is. Thanks, y'all. I'll catch you guys later. Peace!